Okay, folks, we are live. Welcome to week 2 of Warp Academy Symposium. So this is, for those of you who don't know, this is a really nice kind of free session that we do that allows us to interact with you guys, our community, in a really fun way. We run a platform which you've obviously connected to if you're hearing this, called GoToWebinar, which allows us to run essentially online classrooms in a much different way than a lot of other people offer. We actually do some really nice kind of give and takes back and forth with people. And so our symposium is a nice example of how we actually try and teach, in that it is a give and take. So we're going to have some really good presentations for you today, which are going to kind of prompt some conversation, and we'll be curating some questions out of the audience, out of you guys, the people who are attending today. Those may be text, they may be audio, but we'll pick kind of the most pertinent ones and the ones that'll be kind of highest value for absolutely everybody, and create a conversation around them. So how it's going to work today, I'm assuming that you guys have all been to warpacademy.com. It would be very confusing if you managed to make it here without having gone to the website. Presumably you weren't trying to sign up for an online knitting class or something like that. So I'm going to assume everybody is here for the same reason, which is music education. So this is the symposium page, which is obviously where you registered to get here. Week 1, we recorded. We had a couple little kind of hiccups just due to the popularity of the symposium. But week 1 is recorded and it is up on the website. So it will be under your My Library section for review. So thank you to everybody who attended in week 1. We are now on to week 2, which features this glorious gentleman right here, me, Myagi. Really nice mugshot of my beautiful Roland SH7 synth there, which I love like it's my own child with lots of knobs and sliders on it. So I have 2 presentations I'm going to go through today. The first one, it plays into a course that I offer called Art of the Remix, and it's on creative vocal processing. So basically how to take an incoming vocal loop or vocal signal and do some interesting kind of processing effects on it and to it to make it a little bit more involved and a little bit more you, and how, ways to warp it into something that you can use in a track that's much more interesting than perhaps just laying down an a cappella. Next up, we'll have the modular approach. This plays into a course that I offer called the Art of Synthesis, which really encourages you to think of the instruments and the effects within live as being all part of one giant modular system. So this is kind of theoretical, but I'm going to go through a few really good examples, and then we'll have kind of a conversation around that. It's, I think conceptually, it's a really important thing to get your head around. So we'll go through a lot of stuff during that hour, and then we'll take a bunch of questions on that. After that, we're going to have Mr. Drew Betts, Vespers, hopping in here. And Vespers is going to be doing a presentation on how to build a live performance set. So this is really cool. Vespers has done a lot of gigging over the years, and is pretty renowned for having an innovative approach to gigging with live. And so he's going to go through a bunch of his setup and some of the kind of tips and tricks that he uses when fleshing out a live set to perform. And also, we are going to have Isaac Cotec and Ian Gallagher, who are 2 certified trainers who are part of our core group of teachers here. They are going to be presenting again on performing with live, which is really cool because they are going to have their first course with Warp Academy launch next week, and it's been something that's been highly anticipated, and that is a course on DJing with live. So basically getting beyond simply pushing buttons and having everything loop automatically, and treating it more like an instrument that you can jam with in a live setting. Both these guys are really renowned for pulling that off extremely well, and they do have a large course that is launching with us starting, I believe, next weekend, which will give you guys tons of ammunition to really invigorate your live performances. So that's going to be a super fun one to be around for as well. So a couple little quick things about Warp Academy before we get started, just for those of you who are new to us and new to the Symposium. We are a small community of teachers who believe in providing very, very top-notch education to our community base at a very affordable price point. We actually just had a really nice review of Ableton Live 9 Jumpstart on DJ Tech Tools, which listed it as being an exceptional course. It had something like, a 15th the cost of the next level up. So we try and hit like an affordable price point and deliver, over deliver. So there's a lot of interaction and a lot of very, very kind of highbrow knowledge that gets thrown at you when you get involved with our materials in a way that's very easy to understand. So that's something we really pride ourselves on. Our site is built so that there's a couple different things that we offer. We offer a series of courses, including this one, the first one that I'll be presenting off of, which is Art of the Remix, and then our tutorial library. So effectively, we have a monthly membership price that gives you access to all of the tutorial library, which breaks live down into all of its constituent elements and gives you a ton of knowledge about pretty much everything that you would ever need to kind of ask about if you were interested in learning something about live. So it's consider it like your own personal live Wikipedia. And that is an extremely great, fun, informative way to get involved with what we do. We also have packs on sale, including a couple really, really cool ones from Black Octopus Sound. This new one, which is by myself here, which is the Slammer, which is an all FM drum machine. Lots of cool stuff in there. We also have our Vault, which is full of lots of free downloads. So there's tons of little kind of treats in here, including the sub bass rack that's been super popular. Isaac Cotec did a great one knob effect rack. Jake Perrine did a video and checklist on how to prepare your set for sharing with people. So the Vault is where you go for a lot of kind of free materials. And if you haven't hit it up yet, definitely you should. It's great. Last but not least is our blog section, which is where usually myself and Jake Perrine rant and ramble about various different things and try and throw really funny, cool graphics up. Sometimes that works better than others. For example, the Godzilla, and sometimes we have to resort to giant pictures of coins when we're out of inspiration. But it's the blog section has a ton of interviews and a lot of, again, really cool content, gear reviews, all sorts of stuff. So we have a great platform in the form of the Warp Academy site, and I highly encourage you guys, if you haven't been in too much yet, to get in and explore and grab all the free content that we offer. We do offer a ton of it, just get involved. So let us have a look at where we're starting today. Today, my presentation, my two presentations will effectively be broken up into 2 hours. So I'm going to begin very, very shortly and look after creative vocal processing. And I'm just going to chat a little bit about that and then show you a couple racks that I've built. And then we're going to move into the modular approach. Then Drew will take over. Vespers will take over with a live performance presentation. And then Ian and Isaac will take over with a DJing with live presentation. At the end of this entire session, we will be doing giveaways, free prizes. So as a reward for those of you who stick around for the entirety of the presentation, you have the chance to win a free course of your choosing or a free month of our producer membership. So some really high value giveaways that we're doing. And just as a really quick side note, we do have a Black Friday sale going at the moment, which I have posted on Facebook. So for those of you who are interested in grabbing any of our materials, we do have a discount that's going until tomorrow on all of our courses and whatnot. So this would be the coupon code here. Just remember to hit up Warp Academy on Facebook and enter the coupon WA Black Fry 25. And that will save you 25% on as many courses as you like. So a really good chance to kind of pick up some of our stuff at a special price here. So, all right, let's have a look at some creative vocal processing. So a lot of the time when we look to do a remix of a tune in particular, or we're just looking to get some more kind of elements of some parts within our own tracks, vocals come up as a pretty instant and obvious way to reference an original piece of music or build a hook. But vocals can oftentimes be a little bit kind of boring to work with. A lot of people, for some reason, tend to think of vocals as being something that you kind of just you introduce and you let run and you leave in their original format. And I'd like to really encourage you to not think that way. A vocal is just like any other sample. It's just like any other piece of audio. It can be made into an instrument. It can be made into an effect, a transition, absolutely anything. There's no reason to think of vocals as this, pristine thing that should be left alone and not screwed around with. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to take a vocal loop from a track of mine that I did with this MC Chickaboo, who's a wonderful MC out of London. He's done some work with Timo Maas and Rennie Pilgrim, and great vocalist. And I took a little bed track off of a tune that I'm working on at the moment and stripped it back a little bit. So I've got something fairly minimal. So we've got something interesting to listen to. And then I'm going to go through a couple little audio effect racks that I built that I'm going to give to you guys. I'm going to actually wrap this setup at the end and post it on warpacademy.com for you to download. And show you essentially the breakdown of a couple little effects to add to vocals so that you get a little bit more of an interesting tone and so that you can kind of customize it and have it work within your track in an interesting way. After that, I'm going to show off a couple different techniques for doing vocal chops. Vocal chops are something that I've used a lot over the years. People love them. They really jump out of the speakers and they allow you to do some extremely fun stuff within your track. And then I will show off how to do a vocal transition using a dub delay. Again, this is something that I really highly suggest doing. A lot of the time when I'm doing teaching, especially one-on-one teaching or group teaching, people will talk about the tracks that they're writing and the fact that they feel like it needs something else, but they don't want to introduce another entire element, like another lead line or something like that. And so this is where vocal chops and doing interesting vocal transitions come in, because you're essentially using something that the listener already recognizes from within your tune, a vocal element or something of the like, and you're repurposing it. You're allowing it to be present in the tune in a different, interesting way, which gives you the ability to have it sound not like you're introducing a new element, not like you're cluttering the track up and just going and throwing something in because it needs something, but more that you're evolving another element of the track. And that's definitely an approach that I like to take, because it eliminates a lot of unnecessary adding of synths and things like that. I think a lot of the time when I write a piece of music, I usually have probably 4 synths going at most. And I know a good number of people hit the point where they, with excess CPU power, they just keep on adding more and more and more. And I would encourage you to actually take a look at maximizing the impact of the elements that you have, rather than just simply going a more is better approach, because oftentimes it's not. And so you can just look to repurpose things in interesting ways. So that's basically what we're going to have a look at. So I'll play the bed track that I have, just so you have an idea of what's going on. Assuming everybody can hear that okay. It should be not ridiculously loud. Okay, so nice kind of techno-ish loop going, and I'll let you hear the vocal loop as well.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga dingo. Lord have mercy, this one is too much. Put your hands up cause I want to touch. All over you, feel the bass rush. This will make you jump. Get yourself now ready and let's go.
Okay, so nice vocal loop, works really well. The two in context.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hit the sound of the bass, so call it number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding a dingo.
Cool. So that is the two of them working together. So let's have a look at a couple things that I've built out here to allow for us to play around with the vocal. The first thing that I've done, and this is something that I do a lot of the time, that doesn't really fall into the category of creative vocal processing, but certainly falls into the category of very, very useful vocal processing. I've set up a gate. For those of you who don't really use the gate, it's one of Live's most unfortunately underused devices. I highly suggest using it. It's both a utility and an effect. So having a look here at the gate as a utility, what I've done is I've added it to the vocal loop simply to clean up the signal a little bit. I don't really need to do it too much. I'm just doing it for the purpose of demonstration here. But a lot of the time when you get a vocal recording, there will be a lot of background noise, pops, hisses, line level noise, etc., that comes through in the recording, because let's face it, not everybody has access to an absolutely amazing studio. So the effect of the gate is to simply allow audio through when the vocalist is trying to sing, trying to make the noise that you want, but allows you to cut out the audio at the points where it is problematic or where nothing good is happening. So let's just have a quick listen here.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding a dingo. Lord have...
So you can hear right away that the vocal becomes a little bit more staccato, and that the gate is cutting out some of that little background ambience. So just do another quick listen here, and I'll toggle it on and off so you can hear.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding a dingo.
So in particular, when you're working with hip hop vocals, any kind of very fast paced staccato vocals, gating is a very good utility to lean on. One of the next things that I've introduced here, and this is a rack that you guys are going to get today, is my multi-band splitter. Now, one of the things when I first switched on to Live that I had real issues with was finding a way to easily and effectively split an incoming signal up into different bands in a way that I can sweep and morph, and where I can isolate a specific band. I tried doing it with EQs, but the crossovers of the EQs created some unfortunate little dips and notches within the signal. So what this rack does is it splits the signal up into three different bands, low, mid, and high. And it includes an instance of Live's multiband dynamics on each of the individual bands. Now, what that actually does is it takes the incoming signal after the gate and divides it in three. This high band is essentially its own chain. The mid band is its own chain, and the low band is its own chain. And those chains and the frequencies of those chains are controlled by these crossovers. So as I sweep low-mid crossover up, what that does is it changes the frequencies that are going through the low band. So here, everything below 71 hertz is going through the low band. As I move it up, everything below 380 is going through the low band. That also affects the mid band. Right now, the mid band is 380 hertz to 2 kilohertz. 2.3 kilohertz, 0.3. As I move this around, it means that the low end of the mid band is changing too. And likewise with the high band. So the high band now is everything above 3.42 kilohertz. As I move it down, the high band takes up more of the signal, and I can adjust it all the way up to 15 kilohertz. So why am I talking about this with vocal processing? Well, there comes times where you want to place the vocal in the mix in a kind of interesting way, where you want to have perhaps the presence and the natural body of the low and mid in an undistorted fashion, but you decide that you want to actually have a little bit of extra harmonic drive added to a very specific band. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take this mid band, I'm going to grab under my audio effects an instance of the saturator, and we're going to go and add hot tubes to the mid band. Now, this is just a preset that we're working with here, but it'll give us some kind of idea. So I turn this off. The hot tubes are off, and I'm just going to let the vocal play. Then I'm going to turn the hot tubes on, and we're going to hear how it affects the signal.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga dingo.
So you can hear a very specific jump in distortion in the midband. Now, where it gets really cool is the fact that we can then adjust the width of the midband. So we can actually add a lot more drive to hot tubes here, and perhaps even add drive and reduce the volume of the midband. So we're getting a little bit of a kind of scooped EQ feel. And then we can adjust these two crossovers until we end up with a very cool sound. So
get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga dingo. Lord have mercy, this one is too much. Put your hands up cause I want to touch. All over you, feel the bass rush. This will make you jump. Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo.
There's just the middle band solo there.
Lord have mercy, this one is too much. Put your hands up cause I want to touch. All over you, feel the bass rush. This will make you.
And obviously you can go a lot further with this. Beyond the hot tubes, we can go and add some bit reduction. And again, this is only going to affect the middle band.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hit the
so everything above and below is still coming through effectively clean. And it's not getting affected at all by the two inserts that I've just added there on the mid band. So in terms of vocal processing, why I kind of come back to this particular audio effect rack is that it allows me to grab very specific signals or a very specific frequency range out of the incoming vocal and apply distortion and effects to it. Now, the reason why that's good is perhaps you have a track where there's a lot going on in a certain frequency range, and although you want to distort the vocal, you don't want to distort it in that range because you're just going to be muddying up the track. This is an extremely useful go-to to grab when you're interested in doing something like that. So I highly suggest using the multiband splitter, and I'll just go and minimize that here. And we're going to have a look at a couple other really simple little effects. So let's, I'm going to kill that and that for now, and let's have a look at this vocal doubler. So one of the things that you tend to get a lot when you're dealing with a professional vocal recording is multiple tracks. So usually a main vocal track followed by backup vocals, followed by perhaps a harmony track. In particular, if you're dealing with rap lyrics or something like that, there's oftentimes a reinforcement track, which is, where after or during the midst of a verse, the MC will re-record another track that just specifically says words out of that verse where you want to have a little bit of extra emphasis or something like that. So this is a vocal doubler, effectively. It's not quite a doubler, but it allows for a mix-in of the signal in a detuned manner with some hard spread on it. And this is particularly useful for taking a vocal and fattening it up. So as you can see, I've got two knobs here, double volume and fatten. And let's just have a quick look at this rack and see how it breaks down. So I have a bypass here, so that effectively allows for this entire thing to have a wet dry, which is controlled by the double volume here. And under the double signal, we can see an EQ, killing the low end. Just minimize that. And then we can see a double detuner. Now these two chains on the detune contain frequency shifters. So moving along here, see that there's macro control going to the fine tuning on the frequency shifter, and that it's hard pan to the right, or at least is pan to the right, not hard pan. And on this frequency shifter, we can see it's pan to the left. And again, that the fine tune is mapped to the fatten knob here. So as I take this fatten knob and increase it, you can see that the fine tune on the frequency shifters is going up or increasing. Now what I've done is I've mapped this actually within this rack so that as this macro knob is moved up and down, the fine tunes adjust accordingly. So this doubler signal within the context of this audio effect rack can be mixed in relative to the original signal and then detuned within itself. Beyond all that, there's also a simple delay. And this is set up to do some extra little kind of stereo spread on the doubler signal. So overall, what this rack does is allows you to take an incoming signal, create multiple versions of it with slight detuning, and then fatten up those versions by detuning them off of each other more and more. So although we're broadcasting in mono, you'll still get a good sense of how this actually works. It's good to note as well that the EQ that I put in here is designed to add a spike around where the kind of a nice vocal presence is, and also a dip up in the high range, also killing the low range, and that really helps eliminate some of the possible issues with phase cancellation. So let's have a listen.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call a number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga ding go. Lord have mercy, this one is too much. Put your hands up cause I want to touch. All over you, feel the bass rush. This will make you jump. Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of...
So subtle, but very good. The reason why I like to add something like that as opposed to simply a chorus is because I have more control over the panning. I'm able to kind of scatter it around the mix a little bit, and I can also introduce some kind of variations with detuning and things like that by automating within the tracks. So that's a vocal doubler. That's a nice little kind of present that I'm going to throw in today that you guys have access to. The next is a nice one knob effect, and I've called it Age of Vinyl. This is something that I really like to use during effectively breakdowns or buildups. I like taking an incoming vocal signal and then applying a series of different effects to it to age it in a way that really makes it jump out of the speakers. So in this case, what we've got is an EQ8 here with a few things automated in it. Some vinyl distortion with some stuff automated in it. And then a bit reduction with a bypass, and multiple things are automated within the bit reduction. So as I take this incoming vocal and increase this age knob, you can see that the EQ8 is pinching, which takes us down, creates kind of a variable width bandpass filter here. Makes it sound a little bit like old time radio. There's also a bit of a boost in the vinyl distortion. And the bit reduction, it's soft downsampling, reduces the quality of the signal. The volume of the reduction comes up, and the whole bit reduced signal here has a high pass filter on it to give it a little bit of extra kind of oomph in the high range. So again, let's just hear how this sounds.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call a number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga ding go. Lord have mercy.
So let's just really quickly add a kick track here, and we'll listen to the two things together, and you can hear how this type of effect really kind of makes the vocal pop out a bit.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call a number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga ding go. Lord have mercy, this one is too much. Put your hands up cause I want to touch. All over you, feel the bass rush. This will make you jump. Get yourself now ready and let's go.
So in terms of vocal processing within the context of a track, it's extremely fun to be able to take an incoming vocal signal and apply this type of rack filter, etc., to it for just a quarter of a bar or something like that. So those are a couple little kind of racks that I built out that I'm going to give to you guys today. The next thing that I want to have a look at is vocal chopping. And what I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to take this vocal loop and I'm going to drop it into an audio track in the arrange window. There are a ton of ways to do this, but one of the most fun and instant gratuity ones is to actually just do it within the arrange window proper here. So let's have a look at the vocal track here.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call it. Get yourself now ready and let's go. Get yourself now.
Okay, so we have a simple loop going. This is a technique that I use a lot. In fact, it's a very commonly used technique by many remixers, and that's to be able to take a vocal and grab certain segments out of it and build a new pattern. So what I'm going to do is just take this one bar that I've used over here, and I'm going to drag a couple elements in from this bar. And we'll start by taking these, and you can see that I'm looking at the waveform and grabbing in particular either high volume or interesting segments of the wave. And let's have a listen to this. Okay, so now that we have a couple little things happening here, we start a pattern playing, and with that kick going underneath, I'm basically going to take these slices of audio and I'm going to build a little kind of extra pattern out of it. And that pattern we're going to then do something fun with. Okay, kind of like that. That's fun. So I'm going to take this entire thing and I'm going to consolidate it. Now we have one bar of audio here. Now I'm going to take this and I'm going to slice it to a new MIDI track. And let's slice based on bar here. Slicing preset's going to be built in. And so you can see that what I've done here is I've taken this entire vocal sample, this long a cappella, I've chopped it up and created a pattern within this single bar in the arrange window, consolidated it, which effectively makes it into a new piece of audio, a new sample in its entirety. And then by right-clicking and going slice to new MIDI track, I brought the whole thing over and put it into a drum rack, actually, within a new MIDI track. So the entire vocal sample is now part of this pad here, this instance of Simpler at this point, but I'm just going to convert it to sampler. So let's go and eliminate that vocal track. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave that in there in case you guys want to use it for something, but I'm going to disable it. And let's have a look at this will make you vocal loop within the context of sampler. So cool. So we've got a couple things that we can play around with here. One of the first things that I'm going to do is I'm going to take this pattern and I'm actually going to double it in length and draw it out. I'm going to do a 2-bar loop now. And I'm just going to do a really quick, fun kind of thing here. I'm going to add a pitch bend to the end of the second bar here. Yeah, hold on. Let me draw that out. There we go. And yeah, so end of the second bar, and I'm just going to have it dip down. And so first thing I'm going to do within this instance of sampler, I'm going to hit up the MIDI tab and I'm going to increase the range of the pitch bend. This is going to give us kind of like a vinyl stop feel to it. And obviously, if we want to have it go up, we can do that too. So that's going to sound fun with the kick going here. So that's again just using the incoming vocal loop. So now let's quickly within sampler hit up a couple other fun things here. We're going to introduce the oscillator. This is an FM oscillator. So this allows us to apply FM to the sample itself. Now, for those of you guys who don't know FM, I'm not really going to dive into that. That's a whole can of worms that I cover in depth in my synthesis course. But for the purposes of this demonstration, what we're going to do is we're just going to make this envelope what I call an on-off envelope, a toggle. And this is going to allow us to control some aspects of the FM interaction between this FM oscillator and the sample. Right now, we're not going to hear any difference. But as I raise the volume, we'll start hearing a difference. Okay. Next up, I'm going to adjust the coarse tuning knob here. and this adjusts the actual pitch of this FM oscillator. That's going to make the kind of effect that it has on the sample itself a little bit shriller, more metallic. Cool. Okay, so why am I doing this? Well, I'm going to go into the modulation tab here. I'm going to fire up LFO2, and LFO2 has a ton of different options for where we can send its signal. So if we go and hit up the volume of the oscillator here as one of the outputs for LFO2, we're going to start hearing basically this volume here gets swept up and down. So to kind of recap here, I activated the FM oscillator within Sampler and left the volume fairly low, so it wasn't really doing much. But when I activated this LFO2 within the modulation tab, I was then able to send that LFO to the volume of this FM oscillator, which means that it's introducing more or less FM at this particular rate. And we can adjust that so that it actually goes in time with our track. So we've already taken this vocal loop and kind of done something interesting with it by chopping it up. Then we've added a nice kind of pitch bend to it. And then we've also introduced a little bit of variable FM, which is bouncing around up and down according to this LFO rate. So again, this little vocal sample started off as an a cappella, but is now effectively its own little hook within the track. So let's go back to the source material here. And I'm going to listen to the vocal loop that we just made, the chopped up loop, in context with the drum loop that or the bed track that I brought in. Cool. So super fun. Really, really nice way of introducing some kind of variations and different elements using stuff that already exists within your track. So let's have a look at one final thing that I want to demonstrate as far as creative vocal processing goes, and that is constructing a very quick dub delay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to introduce an instance of simple delay, and I'm going to go back and we're going to activate this vocal loop again, solo it, add a little bit of the vinyl, fatten it up, etc., etc. And then we're going to look at building out a rack that allows us to do some fun kind of pitch effects and whatnot. So first and most important thing when you're trying to do a dub delay within Live is go to repitch mode as opposed to fade or jump. Repitch mode allows Live to behave, or allows this delay to behave a little bit more like a traditional delay, especially once you put it into time mode. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take the delay and put it into an audio effect rack again. Let's open up the macros and see what we have to work with. I'm going to bring the feedback up a really good amount, something that's completely necessary. Let's take the wet dry and map it to macro 1. And we'll map the delay times to macro 2. So let's start this playing here.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hit the sound of the
So that might have been a bit of a moment of excitement for a bunch of people, because that's an effect that a lot of people have been looking for within Live, which is not necessarily easy to find. So what we're doing is we're controlling the rate of the delay, and as the delay increases or decreases in time, it's increasing or decreasing the pitch. So I'm just going to quickly invert the ranges here within my macro mappings, which allows us to effectively create a pitch down or pitch up effect with this knob as we raise it. The wet dry is still going to be useful. What I'm also going to do here is I'm going to introduce an auto filter after the simple delay. I'm going to put it into high pass mode, bring the cutoff all the way down, map the cutoff to macro 2, and then restrict the range, just so it's not sweeping all the way out. Now what this is going to allow us to do is, as this loop is playing, introduce the delay signal and then raise the time and the cutoff of the delayed signal so that it sweeps up and out of range. Let's actually increase the range a little bit more. And this gives a nice kind of building effect.
Get yourself now ready. Let's go. When you hit the
So, dub delays, very, very useful. Something that you can probably hear right away. Extremely useful for during a build-up or breakdown within a track. Very, very useful for kind of layering in behind everything else, especially if there's some filter going on. And in fact, I would actually suggest applying potentially some LFO to the filter cutoff, et cetera, just to get some animation here. But yeah, so I'm just going to rename this Quick Dub, and you guys will get access to that too after this session. All right, so I think it's probably high time to look at a couple of questions here. I believe Mr. Vespers is on the line with me. So let's have a quick look here.
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Can you hear me okay, Andrew?
I can hear you just fine. So
Awesome.
do we want to do some text questions first, or do we want to do some audio questions, or?
We can go back and forth maybe. I've got a couple of text questions here that are lined up. The first one was just about slicing up audio from vocals. And the question was, do you need to cut it exactly on the zero crossing, or can you slice it up at any point? And if you cut on a non-zero crossing, how do you avoid like pops and clicks and stuff like that?
Good question. Personally, I don't really worry about it too much a lot of the time. When I'm doing that type of slicing, I'm actually deliberately going for a fairly lo-fi approach. Now, if I do hear a pop or click that is jumping out at me as being extremely problematic, it is, obviously possible to go and adjust the zero crossing points, or to kind of hop into the sample. As an example, let's pretend that this was being particularly problematic here. First thing I would do probably is I would take this and crop the clip so that I'm looking at a much simpler kind of waveform here, or a much smaller waveform as opposed to the whole sample. And then you can adjust so that you're looking for a zero crossing here. And that's something that I kind of, I do on a case-by-case basis. Alternatively, if you have a massive problem with it, you can add little tiny volume curves in and out on a sample, which can be quite useful as well. But again, this is not something that I really, go after religiously. That is something that if you decide to take this approach and kind of elevate it a little bit, you can do within Sampler very, very easily. But it's not something I overthink. If I hear a problem, I fix the problem. Other than that, I actually don't necessarily mind pops and clicks. It just depends on the frequency. It depends on what it is.
Okay. I think the other thing that might be useful to show there, Andrew, if you could zoom in on the audio on the smaller clips you were slicing up on the actual track and arrangement view. Yeah, maybe just do a slice there and then show how you can right click on the clip and show the show fades that are partway down. There you go. And those are another really useful way to help avoid popping and clicking when you're slicing up audio.
Yep. So at that point, we're effectively able to control the volume of all of the clips within the arrange window. So if you're seeing a problem, or if you're hearing a problem, it's kind of instant gratuity fix. So
nice one. Sweet brother. Next question was from Kyle Parrish, and he was just asking if you could quickly show how you enabled that repitch mode on the delay again.
Yeah, for sure. That's a really simple one. And you know what? It's funny because this is one of those things where once you've started doing it or including it, you're like, wow, this is great. But it's not something that's instantly really obvious within Live. It's the same as switching the EQ8 into oversampling mode. For those of you who don't know about that, the EQ8 has a couple different modes that it functions in, high or low CPU. And it defaults usually within Live to the low, unless you set it otherwise. And you just enable it by right-clicking. Now, in this case, with the simple delay, what we're looking for is these three modes at the bottom: repitch, fade, and jump. When you are using fade, which is what the default is within Live, as you adjust the delay time, it effectively re-renders the delay so that the delay is kind of digitally emulated as opposed to repitch, which is a very kind of old school analog tape emulation. With the repitch, then you actually do get that nice kind of sweep and dive as the feedback of the delay goes back into itself and is adjusted in terms of its time. So that's where that kind of up and down effect comes from, is using the repitch mode.
Awesome. Yeah, it's one of those little hidden settings that's there, and you don't really know about it unless you go exploring around on the right-click menus and the title bars and stuff like that.
Yeah, totally.
But you get to seem like more of a badass with your friends when you know how to do something like that, and they don't.
Oh, absolutely.
It has street cred appeal.
It's half the reason why we do this, right?
You know it. Nice one. Okay, next question is from Joseph Haney, and he was asking, with the multiband dynamics plugin, when you use that to split the frequencies, he said, do you keep that with the wet dry at 100%? And second part of the question, does the default compression settings affect the characteristic of the sound? I.e., are you getting any compression just by putting it on there, or do you need to dial in settings? He was just curious if it's going to affect his sound.
No, I've set it up so that it's effectively doing nothing. It is literally just a question of the crossovers between the low, mid, and high within multiband dynamics are much, much cleaner than trying to do the same thing with EQs. So as far as I'm concerned, the compression aspect of this, totally ignored. Not part of what I'm using it for. I'm using it specifically for signal isolation. That's it, which is why the wet dry is kept at 100%. It's 100% wet.
Yeah, and the reason why you're keeping it 100% wet is because if you put it into parallel, you're going to get some of the highs and lows bleeding through.
Yep.
Even with the mids soloed.
Yep, completely.
Yep. Okay. Awesome, brother. That's all we have right now for text questions. So I would say we're ready to go to some voice questions, and I'll just give you guys a little intro to voice questions. Anybody who wants to ask a voice question can do that by using the control panel to raise your hand. In the control panel, you have a little hand icon, and it should have a green up arrow on it. You press that, means your hand's going to be up. When your hand is in the air, i.e. you're asking to be called upon, you'll see the hand icon with a little red down arrow on it, and that means you can press that if you want to lower your hand. It's a little counterintuitive, so I just wanted to point that out. And anybody who does want to talk back and forth and have a voice question, just make sure you've got headphones and your microphone plugged in, and we will go ahead and call on you. So I think, I think we have a couple of questions lined up already. I'm just going to go ahead and unmute these folks.
Sure, go for it.
We've got a question from David Carter. I'm just going to unmute you now, David. Hello, David. Are you there?
Yeah.
Excellent. What's your question for Myagi?
I actually thought that I was putting my hand down, so my apologies.
Oh yeah, no worries. Okay,
but
no problems.
It's really helpful, guys. This is a really good seminar, so my apologies.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. Glad it's working for you. Okay. And we have a couple others. We've got a question from Nathan Heiberg. And I'm going to unmute you. Hey, Nathan.
Hello.
How's the new house, buddy?
Oh, new house is great. Still settling in.
Good.
Now doing Christmas decorations and stuff, and now we have a kid on the way. So.
Oh wow! Congrats, man.
Thanks.
Sweet,
We're
brother.
excited about that.
Nice
first
one.
of all, I just wanted to say I'm excited to be on week 2 of the webinars. I'm kicking myself because I was 20 minutes late coming in, and it looked like I missed a lot of stuff in that 20 minutes. So I'm gonna have to rewatch it.
All the good stuff. It's just gonna be boring from here on.
Yeah, excellent. I also wanted to let people know that who are new to Warp Academy, that the courses that I took last year, the audio weapons course and the sound design course and the mixing mastering and a couple other ones, they really changed my life on how I maneuver live and in such a beneficial way that I wanted to thank you guys for that too.
Of course, brother. Thank you.
Let anyone know that they are completely worth it. So, my question now, I see that you've put in a vocal loop, just one that you've grabbed. Now, what would be the best process, or how would you process, what would be the first things you do to process bringing in a live loop? Like if I created my own vocal loop, what would be the first things you do to treat it, if anything?
A live vocal loop is in something that you're performing live?
Yeah, well, or just something I am recording myself.
Okay. The first thing that I'd probably do would be some really simple housekeeping on the loop. And usually that consists of, at the very least, some cursory EQing. So I would look through and try and see if there's any particular resonant kind of spikes that are coming because of the room you're recording in that are going to be problematic. Perhaps, like, when you listen to a vocal recording and you hear those little kind of shrill bits that occasionally happen.
That's basically what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So go through and I would run the typical kind of high Q EQ spike, looking for where those are occurring, and I would dip them a little bit. I also would run a high pass filter, probably getting rid of anything below about 80 hertz, something like that. There isn't really much happening in a vocal down around that range unless you're fortunate enough to be an Isaac Hayes or Barry White. I would also look to perhaps run a little bit of an EQ on the high range, and probably a little bit of potential gating and compression. And that's before I even get started on anything else. That's just to effectively give me a better raw file to work with. At that point, I would take the entire thing and freeze it and flatten it. I'd save the original file, obviously, in case I need to go back to it. But from there on out, I'd look to process using that file. Those are just, some instant kind of housekeeping things that just generally need to happen. Depending on what you've, how you've been recording, whether you were particularly enthusiastic while you were recording and, dipping your head in and away from the mic like this. And you may need to do some kind of volume automation on it. This can be very, very tedious, but is very rewarding. And also puts less stress on your compressor. If you obviously have some points where the volume jumps and drops, and you're using a compressor to just get a nicer, more averaged signal, you don't necessarily want to be overusing the compressor. And so if you can prepare the vocal loop a little bit before firing it through some compression, just by taking any of the really obvious jumps and drip and dip outs and compensating for them using some volume automation, then it's going to give your compressor something better to work with. So those are kind of like the first kind of major housekeeping things that I would get out of the way with any kind of vocal track. Okay. I think it's important to note then that are you talking about like a linear recording, like a vocal for an entire track?
Yes, eventually, but I do record it in short segments.
Sweet. I would suggest, treating your track vocal like the one that's carrying the song as perhaps a verse or chorus or something like that, and then any of the chops and effects and resamplings and stuff like that, I would treat them in a very different scenario using multiple different tracks within live.
Right.
So.
Now, just even before I start recording, would you suggest adding any effects before or while I'm recording it, or is that something you do in post?
I do it post, personally. I record my own voice a lot, and I do that all in post, because that affects what you're hearing, and a lot of the time I tend to kind of go through, and if I think that what I'm doing sounds particularly awesome while I'm recording it, it's going to perhaps affect my performance. So I prefer giving a really raw, dry performance, in as dead a room as you can, really. And then start going through and affecting it. That's a personal taste thing, though. So
my biggest issue is that after I record the raw recording and I listen back to it, I can't stand the sound of my own voice.
Well,
and it's really difficult. So I'm working past that, but
I'll tell you, man, that's an issue that just about everybody has.
I understand that.
Sweet.
Anyway, thank you very much, and I look forward to rewatching this.
Absolutely, man.
Awesome. And thanks for the kind words, Nathan. I know you've done a lot of work with us, and it's great to have seen the progress that you've been making with your music, buddy. So hope to see you on many, many more of these, my friend.
I look forward to signing up for a few more classes. So.
Cheers, brother. All right. I'm just going to mute you again here, Nathan. And we've got, we've got another 5 minutes, so we can do a few more questions. I am going to take a question. I'm not going to try and pronounce this name. It's Nejc. So if that is your name, I'm unmuting you now, and maybe you can teach us how to pronounce your name. Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How do we pronounce your name, my friend?
Nate.
Nage. Okay.
Nate.
Sweet.
Yeah. So my question is that rack with the frequency shifters. Can you use that to maybe make like a detuned sound, like for a Respace or a Hoover?
Yeah, for sure. Now, one of the,
I'm looking for something. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking for something that might make because I do some bass guitar processing, and I'm looking for something that would add that width to the sound, you know.
Yep.
And I was just wondering if there's any quick and dirty way to do something like that.
Yep, there is that. That rack will work. What I would suggest, actually, and this is going to be probably a little bit of an eye opener for some people. See this multiband splitter rack? I would look to put this on the mid band of the multiband splitter rack. Now, the reason why I would look to do that is because, well, I want, it's nice to have that kind of doubling and really kind of fat sound on a bass element. A lot of time you don't really want that on the extreme low end. You want the low end to be kind of nice and stable without any real chance of phase cancellation or anything like that. And so if you apply it to just the mid band here, then it's going to process and double up and fatten everything above the mid crossover, but not below. And one of the things that I built into the multiband splitter rack is this low frequency to mono. What that is an instance of utility, which occurs after the bottom band here, and has the stereo width automated. So as you turn this knob up, it takes the mono, or it takes the low signal here, everything below the low mid crossover, and converts it into mono. So you can use this rack here, the doubler, to fatten up your mid band. You can take the mid band and bring the mid high crossover all the way up, so you get like a nice kind of presence for it. And then you can keep everything below the mid band in this low area set to mono. So you're not going to lose much presence in the low range of whatever you're processing, but you will get that effect on the mid band.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
All right, cheers. Okay, I think we've got a couple more text questions or voice questions here, Andrew, and then we should be able to move on. Our next question is from Owen Ferguson. Owen, I'm going to unmute you now. Hello, Owen, are you with us?
Yep. How's it going today, Vespers?
Doing really well, my friend. You enjoying things so far?
Yeah.
Nice one, bro.
I like these webinars. They're always real informative and useful.
Sweet.
Nice. Yeah, we've got a good range of topics and presenters, and it's been really nice. I've learned a bunch of stuff actually from the one last week when we were watching about the studio setup and mixing and mastering and stuff like that. And it's always great to see a good host of guest presenters, and then our Warp Academy guys too. So, what's your question for Myagi?
I guess kind of along the lines of one that was a couple minutes ago, just about getting past hearing your own voice. I guess how do you get past that, or maybe improve your vocal chops? I guess, are there any exercises that you guys do, or?
Well, I think I'm in a unique position amongst the kind of the Warp Academy crew in that I have done a fair amount of recording of my own voice that's been released commercially and so on. That's something that I can say is as much a technical journey as it is a personal one. you need to get over it. Like it sounds really silly, but nobody really at the start of recording their own vocal, I think nobody really likes the sound of their own voice. Because, obviously the way you sound in your own head and then the way you sound recorded, two very, very different things. So this is why I really encourage you to kind of think of the vocal sample as being fodder for effects and for processing. Because once you've processed your voice and once you've kind of affected it in some interesting ways, you're going to really kind of detach a little bit from thinking of it as sounding like you. And at that point, it'll stop grating on you so much, and you'll feel a little bit less paranoid about letting other people hear it, because I think that's one of the big humps that you have to get over, is whether you feel comfortable playing it for other people. And if you're getting annoyed by the sound of it yourself, you're probably not super confident in playing it for other people. So that's where I think the approach of treating the vocal recording like fodder really comes in handy. Don't get attached to it. Don't think it's necessarily bad until you've affected it. Start with some relatively harsh effects. Try overdriving it. Try filtering it in interesting ways. Try, adding flangers, etc. If you want to use a total gateway drug of a processing technique, use a vocoder, and start by just vocoding your own voice until you're comfortable with the concept of doing your own vocals. At that point, start introducing more distorted vocals of your own, and then eventually get to the point where you're doing clean vocals of your own. The other thing that I would highly suggest is find a range in which you're comfortable. Don't try and necessarily, start by singing some incredibly complex Lord-style tune with 70 different harmonizations. Start by finding something monotone that is within a comfortable range that you have. And stick with that until the training wheels come off.
Okay.
Those are the starting points that I would use.
Okay, yeah, I've used like a Razor's vocoder some, and I've gotten decent results with that. So.
Yeah, the other thing is even take your own voice and within the track that you're working on, record some loops of just vowel sounds that you can produce. So, start a track going and then go like O, E, A, et cetera, take that, throw it into sampler, loop it up, and introduce little vocal hits using looped segments of your own voice. These are all things where it might sound silly, but what it's going to do is just from a kind of, I guess, psychological point of view, it'll get you to the point where you're comfortable with using your own voice in a track, and allow you to start using it more and more and in different ways. So that's a very low commitment way of getting your vocal into a track, so that you can then start getting comfy with it and using it more.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks for that question, Owen. That was great.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So we're gonna take. Do you want to do one last text question, Andrew, and then move on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. So I'm going to put down everybody's hands. So everyone's hands are going to be down now. Anybody who has a question in our next presentation, just know that you can put your hand back up there. And we just had Toli, who was asking about using auto-tune for vocals, or maybe not auto-tune specifically for Antares, but some type of tuning for vocals, and was just wondering if you do that, maybe you could give us a example of your methodology around how you might do that, or a tip.
Yeah, I do. It depends on whether I use it in a hardware sense. I use TC Helicon's Voice Correct XT, which is a fairly inexpensive external unit. Voice correction is still something that requires a fair amount of processing power if you want it to sound good. So it's often done using external pieces of software outside of Live, like Melodyne, or it's done using physical hardware boxes. Definitely Autotune works well. It isn't a lot of the time, unfortunately, not a transparent effect. So it depends on what you're after with it. If you want, the Autotune effect, then there's tons of options out there. Autotune, Antares Autotune is obviously one of the good ones. And just set it to the highest possible setting, and that's where you'll get that staccato mechanical warbling sound. If you're after auto-tuning from the point of view of making an incoming recording better, the thing to bear in mind is that, well, I mean, there's the proverb that you can't polish a turd. So there's the auto-tune effect will help bring an incoming vocal in line, but just remember that the more out of line it is, the more obvious the effect is going to be. So if you're doing multiple takes, I would suggest, setting up your auto-tuning so that you can hear it a little bit, but definitely record multiple times and try and get the one that sounds best going through the auto-tune or sounds most desirable. Don't just set yourself up with one take, because there's going to be little variations that the plugin or the piece of hardware is going to play around with, which are perhaps going to cause it to trigger in ways that are not ones that you want. It just depends on the effect that you're after. I personally rarely use auto-tune effects at this point in an effect sense, just because they've been very, very done. And I'll draw a line between effect and utility. I use it a lot in the utility sense. So, for what it's supposed to be used for, as opposed to getting that really overpronounced mechanical effect.
Nice one. That's great, Andrew. Thanks so much. And I think that'll do it for questions. Anybody who has questions and we haven't had a chance to address those, obviously we've got well over 100 people on the webinar right now, so we can't take every single question from everyone. But if you guys have a question that we didn't get to today, please come by our Facebook page and definitely come and post that there, and we'll get back to you over the next week. So Andrew, back over to you, my friend.
Sweet. Okay, so the last hour, we were talking a lot about vocal processing, and as I mentioned, that kind of plays into this course that I offer called Art of the Remix, which is essentially a course designed around creatively working with parts, whether they're parts from a bootleg you want to do or remix parts from a track that you want to do, and how to kind of best create a flow, and then add your own touch to it and make it your own tune. I'd like to say just really quickly, this course has been something that a lot of people have hit me back up about and said they really, really enjoyed. And now that we're setting up another live session of it, this is done 100% live, by the way. We're actually, I think I just lied. It's not done 100% live anymore, because we've just taken all of the recordings of the previous ones and tacked them on. So for anybody who signs up for Art of the Remix now, they actually also get access to the recordings from the previous sessions. And people who were in the previous sessions, I will be in touch with you at some point very shortly about this, because this now takes it up to over 30 hours of content across multiple remixes. So with that out of the way, the next hour we're going to spend touching on stuff that I talk about with my Art of Synthesis course. Now, before I dive into it, I'll give you a little bit of a kind of my own history here very, very rapidly. I am a synth nerd. I build them. I live them. I breathe them. My life is more interesting and complex than that, but I am a real nerd when it comes to this. As far as that goes, I'm also a very practical nerd. I have been very, very fortunate to work with a very large number of different types of synthesis across multiple generations of technology. I'm only 35, but I started producing music when I was about 14. My first synths were analog synths. I had access to modular gear that a lot of people would only dream of getting access to. I've also had a chance to get my hands on some of the greatest synths of all time. So my knowledge of this is not simply the knowledge that somebody would get if they started using plugins. And this is really important. This is why one of the things that I touch on in the Art of Synthesis is what I refer to as the modular approach. I think it's very, very important, especially in the modern era, to figure out kind of what conceptually could be in front of you with the parts that you have, and to draw it back to the old school studio or the old school modular instrument in a way, and then bring it back forward into the modern working environment. So the modular approach is something that is a term that I kind of coined when I started working within Live. And Live is obviously a very, very powerful tool, and it's made more powerful by the addition of racks. A lot of people, when they first kind of open up Live, treat all of the individual effects as being fairly standalone things. They have a concept of what things look like in series and parallel, but they don't really kind of necessarily think of the fact that using multiple different macro knobs and things like that, and different mappings allows you to treat the entirety of the program as effectively a piece of modular gear. Back in the early days of synthesis, in the extremely early days, things were not chosen for you. You didn't necessarily have to have your oscillator going through a filter and then through another filter and then the envelope. You could, if you chose to, have two oscillators feed into each other and then go through, a filter, then back into the first oscillator, and then from there into an envelope, but also back into another filter, et cetera, et cetera. So there was a gigantic rabbit hole of programming that you could go down using patch cables. Over the course of time, the patch cables kind of went away, and people started choosing roughly the settings that you would want. So if you think about, a mini Moog or something like that, instead of being a modular piece of gear, the mini Moog is roughly set for you. You have oscillators going through a filter, going through the envelope to the output. You have an LFO to control it with, and a pitch bender, and that's it. That's what you get. That approach really limits people. And likewise, when you start looking at some of the options within Live or within any DAW, you have the ability to drop in a virtual instrument, which has its own selection of pluses and minuses, and then put it through effects, and that's roughly what it is. Things are kind of chosen for you. If you want to add distortion, you can add distortion. If you want to add reverb, you can add reverb, et cetera, et cetera. But they're effectively things that run in series, one after another. So analog into phaser into reduction. Now, one of the nice things within the Live environment is the fact that you can work within racks, and that is just an absolutely huge, and in terms of sonic potential, a huge thing to give people. It really empowers them. So one of the things that I like to kind of encourage people to do is to think of the instruments that they're working with not simply as standalone instruments, but as a component of a larger instrument. And in this case, the instrument is the channel. So this instance of analog, such as it is right now with a phaser and with some bit reduction after it, is simply analog and then an effect and then an effect. When we go and put all of it into an instrument rack, things change. We're able to treat the instrument rack with its macro controls as being the front panel of a synthesizer now. And at this point, the phaser and the bit reduction are part of the synthesizer. So they're in there. They're not simply dropped in effects that occur after analog in the chain. So now analog is simply an ingredient, and this is the instrument. This is what we're really working with. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a very, very quick kind of series of things that's going to get us over a couple of the limitations that we have within analog. And then I'm going to set it up so that we have a kind of macro control that will give us some really instant gratuity kind of interaction. So let me just make sure that. All right. So I'm just going to set myself up with a very, very quick patch here. I'm going to, again, do what I call an on-off envelope, which is no attack, 100% sustain. Decay doesn't matter because the sustain's all the way up and then release is off. So this is just going to be a toggle. On, off, on, off. So with that in mind, I'm going to introduce a second oscillator here. And I'm going to octave it up, one octave above. And let's just fatten that sound up a tiny bit. We'll go a little bit of detune. Cool. So let's also have a look at adding some oscillator sync. Now, this is one of the interesting things within analogs. Analog does offer oscillator sync. Oscillator sync allows the cycle of one oscillator to be reset by the cycle of another. That's a very complex thing to talk about. It's something that I go into in depth in the art synthesis course. But essentially, with analog right now, it's something where we have the option of introducing it. And you'll hear some massive differences in the sound, but it doesn't really become something that's playable until we work with the instrument rack. So cool. We're going to map it to macro 1 here. So at that point, it becomes automatable in a much more interesting way. We're going to introduce a little bit of white noise, and let's go and add the volume of the white noise to macro 1 as well. And we're going to range restrict that so that the noise tops out at a normal kind of interesting level, but not dominant. Cool. So I'm going to call this our sync sweep. And let's have a look at introducing some interesting automations with the filters. So I'm going to start. We have filter 1 here. The oscillators are both feeding into filter 1, which is set up in series here to go then to filter 2 and then to the output. Let me just adjust this. So now analog is going to be following the following signal path. All of these generators, oscillators and the noise generator, are going to go to filter 1. Filter 1 is going to feed to filter 2. Filter 2 is going to send to amp 2 and then to the out. So let me just go and again make that into the on-off envelope here. Amp 2 is now the output. And let's go and set up something interesting with the filters. So let's go and we have low pass here. And let's go and add a 4-pole notch. So the 4-pole notch filter is a nice kind of interesting filter to work with because it helps emphasize certain frequencies. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to add the cutoff of the 4-pole notch here to our sync sweep knob. So as we get that really cool rising overtone of the oscillator sync happening, it's also going to sweep the 4-pole notch filter. And I'm going to range restrict that using our map mode here so that we get a smaller range. And let's have a listen here. Cool. So that's getting nice and kind of screamy there. Let's go and introduce the auto filter here. And I'm going to go and actually switch that into low pass mode. And actually, no, I'm going to leave it high pass. We'll do something kind of fun with it here. Our second macro knob here, I'm going to use to control the low pass filter within analog and the high pass filter of this auto filter. So as we raise up here, we're going to get a fairly shrill kind of jump in tone as the low pass filter opens up, and then the high pass filter is going to sweep up as well. So let's have a listen to that with just its default settings. Okay, I like that as is. That's going to be fun. But let's go and quickly make sure that the high pass doesn't take the signal all the way out of the way. And let's make sure that the low pass lets a little bit more through. So by range restricting these here, we're creating a knob that's going to give us the ability to effectively have a variable width band pass filter be created by these two filters. So let's listen to sync sweep and macro 2 together. Cool. So that sounds kind of nice and fat as is. Let's eliminate or minimize analog there. I'm going to minimize the auto filter. Let's also go and add the phaser to, let's add it to sync sweep here. So I'm going to add the wet dry of the phaser to the sync sweep. Sync sweep is becoming a really nice kind of one knob effect here, where as we increase that knob, it's going to increase the presence of a whole bunch of kind of interesting things that give us a fatter tone. And I think we're also going to have the frequency get adjusted by the same knob. And I'm going to go and, let's see, that full range is a little too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my minimum range here. So I brought the macro knob all the way to the bottom, found a nice minimum range, bring it all the way to the top, find a nice maximum range. And we have the wet dry introducing it there. So as we raise that up, that macro knob, we're going to get a really nice kind of interesting set of sweeps happening. Cool. That's sounding quite fun already. Bad pass, band pass. So, just renaming this quickly. So, let's have a look at something else fun that we can do here. Let's take the entire instance of the sync sweeper, throw it into another instance or another instrument rack, and duplicate it. Now, why on earth am I doing this? Well, to start with, we only have two oscillators to work with within analog. We do have a sub, but we're actually using sync for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a MIDI effect plugin. I'm going to drop the second instance of analog down an octave. So now we have a much, much, much fatter sound already. And this is just done by basically doubling up what we have within the instrument rack and offsetting it by an octave off of each other. So again, I'm going to take this, map it to macro 1, map the other ones, map the second sync sweeper to macro 1 as well. I'm just going to call this low because I know now that that's an octave below. And we can take the actual macro knobs and offset them, which is a fun thing to do. I'm going to go and take macro. There we go. So now we have the same controls effectively on the front panel of this instrument rack. And I'm going to use the remapping of both knobs down to 1 to offset them off of each other. So for low sync sweeper, we're going to set a lower maximum for the bandpass knob, which means that as we open it up, the high pass isn't going to kick in as much. And that starts sounding nice and ridiculously fat. So I'm just going to rename this entire thing sync sweep, and let's have a listen to this really simple pattern that I made.
Number just like in bingo, get with
Let's drop it down. And I could lose myself in that for quite a while. So effectively by ganging or taking a whole bunch of different parameters and adding them in, macro mapping them, and restricting the ranges, we can end up with something that is well over the sum of the parts. The whole series of things that we're adding in here behave differently when we get them to behave or interact with automated parameters within the synthesizer. And as they all kind of sweep in a range-restricted fashion together, they begin to take on the feel and the role of components within a much larger modular setup. So instead of treating these things as effects simply as standalones, I highly encourage you to kind of take this approach where you integrate them into overall instrument racks that then become their own preset. So this, I'll just rename Sync Sweep here into, there we go, Myagi Sync Sweep. And I'm going to include that, this particular instrument within the download that I'm going to give you guys after the session today. So this is this type of approach of introducing multiple effects and treating them as part of a larger instrument is something that I try and go through a lot within the art synthesis course. Monster course explains a ton of stuff that I can't even begin to touch on, from FM through to how oscillator sync actually works, through to typical modular programming, creating synth percussion, emulating traditional Hoover sounds and things like that, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of content within that. This is a typical kind of approach that I take. But yeah, so for this kind of next half hour, I'd like to kind of open up to general kind of synthesis questions, in particular about the modular approach, the idea of treating your effects as part of a larger instrument, as opposed to kind of just hammering through more and more patch creation in front of you guys, because this really is a nice way of actually interacting. So I'm going to have a quick look. I don't know if Mr. Vespers is on the line at the moment.
I sure am.
Sweet.
Yep, that was great, Andrew. So yeah, we can go ahead and start taking some questions. If anybody has voice questions, please go ahead and put your hand up now and we'll call on you. And if anybody wants to do text-based questions, you can type those in as well, and I will keep an eye on that area for you, Andrew. So I can see we've got a hand up here from David Carter. I'm just going to unmute you now, David, so we'll be able to hear you. Hello, David. Are you there?
I am, guys.
David.
Hi. Good.
Hello.
Thanks very much for the info. Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
We can,
Yep.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Good. Okay. My question is really simple. Where do we start? I've got a basic understanding of Ableton. I know what you guys are talking about. Working in Ableton for about a year. But with your courses, where would you send someone initially to get going?
Well, if you have for somebody who's a total noob, I would suggest Live 9 Jumpstart, because it's a really good kind of, you just bought the software, you've opened it for the first time, you want to start making music course. So that's kind of generally where we suggest our intake starts for somebody who's not particularly familiar with the program yet. If you're beyond that point, we have a kind of a selection of different paths that you can take, which all play very nicely into each other. If making your own sounds is your thing, if you want to kind of define your own sound as an artist and want to just get a really good handle on the sound design side of things, Art of Synthesis is the one that I would suggest. We also have Art of the Remix and Audio Weapons, which are kind of like journeys through the creative process. So Audio Weapons focuses on taking a project from start to finish. Effectively, you get to kind of watch as Vespers creates a track in front of your eyes. Art of the Remix is a bit more interactive. It's done entirely live, or at least there's a live session that you're part of where you get to watch a remix as it's created in front of your eyes. And then there's a couple other ones that kind of come beyond that, which are Pimp My Track and Mix Lab, which both allow you to kind of watch as one of our kind of core trainers, in this case, Jake Perrine or Vespers, gets their hands on a track of yours and really kind of goes over it with a fine-tooth comb to make it sound better. And that one's something that a lot of people who are actually, they're finishing tracks, but they're not getting them to sound the way they want. Those are the courses that those people find very, very, very valuable, because it's effectively like a studio partner or a second set of ears, and you get to watch as these guys kind of go through and go, yep, this bass line works, but it's not working with the kick, or your arrangement is great, but it's running along too long here, and it could use some transition effects, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of the path that I generally suggest is for somebody who's fairly new to the site, become a producer member, because that becomes your dictionary of live, and have a look at Jumpstart. If you're beyond that, then have a look at music theory, art of synthesis, perhaps art of the remix or audio weapons. And then beyond that, Pimp My Track and MixLab are both excellent ways to kind of get some finesse in your material.
I've got an additional suggestion there, actually, Andrew.
Hit me.
For somebody who is brand new to synthesis and is just learning, you need to know what waveforms sound like, what envelopes are, what mod sources are, needs a basic run through of the different types of synthesis like subtractive, granular, FM, additive. Then we've actually recently added my Synthesis 101 course into the Warp Academy library, which is available for producer members. So that's a course that I used to offer on Vespers.ca, and it's now been added to the Warp Academy library. So anybody who is currently a Warp Academy producer member or wants to upgrade to be a producer member will have access to that full course, and it's an hour and a bit on the basics, the very basics of synthesis.
Sweet. Yeah, I blanked on that, but yeah, that's actually a really good kind of point of entry as well, and is a good primer to kind of get into taking some of our more advanced stuff. So.
Awesome, brother.
So just quickly, gents, the producer entry level with it's 19 Canadian dollars a month, is it? And within that payment, it's a monthly payment, and I can access all the information online. Is that correct?
You've got it. Yep.
Cool. Good. Thank you.
Sweet.
Nice. You're very welcome. Cheers. Okay. Next question we have is from George. I'm going to unmute you now, George. Hello, George. Are you there? George, do we have you with us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we sure can.
Oh, nice. I have an easy kind of question. I would like to create a mellow trance progressive pad that in front of all, can you show that sound from the start, a progressive trance pad that when you play the chords with more power on the keyboard to open up the filter and the release to give more fuller sound.
Yep, for sure. Nice. That's a
thanks,
great question. Yeah, of course.
It's a simple, but I think many of our partners or students would like to see that happen.
Yeah, fantastic, George. We'll have Myagi go through and do that for you.
So we go and
thank you.
Can have a look here, and we're actually going to start with operator because it's going to give us a little bit more kind of control over things. Operator does have some velocity options here. So one of the things I'm going to do is I'm going to, before we even start, just because this is something that you're interested in having, I'm going to take the velocity, incoming velocity, and map it to filter cutoff, as well as, in this case, time. So within operator, the time knob here actually controls all of the envelopes simultaneously. So by having velocity control time, we're going to have it draw out the envelope times. And let me actually go back and make sure that I've got that mapped. So as I'm pressing harder here, you can hear that the release is going out. So that's cool right out the gate. As far as the filter frequency goes, we can set that up very easily as well. And I'm just going to make the waveform more interesting here so that we can kind of hear those two things in action. So now the velocity is also going to affect the filter cutoff. Let me just make sure I've got that going up as much as I want. And let's go and make this, again, even more complex. Okay, cool. So that gives us a little bit of a starting point here. Now let's have a look at blending this together to make a nice kind of thick pad sound. So one of the things that we have going on here is FM within Operator. And in this case, everything is set up in a 100% series arrangement where we have operator D going to C, going to B, going to A. Now that's really cool and whatnot, but that's not what we're going to want for a pad style sound, because we're not going to use FM for this really this time around. We're going to just be using multiple different operators tuned off of each other. So I'm going to take the algorithm here. The arrangement of operators within this synth is referred to as an algorithm. I'm going to throw it into 100% parallel mode. So this sends all of these directly to the output as opposed to into each other. So let's have a listen. I'm going to turn the filter off, and let's start by making a nice kind of thick sound to work with here. And I'm just going to go in and pick a couple different waveforms. Okay, so what I've done is I've picked a few different waveforms within Operator, and then I've adjusted them so the coarse tuning knobs place them at different tunings within the harmonic scale. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that Operator is an FM synthesizer, which means that the tuning of the operators does not behave the same way as on a traditional subtractive synth. So the coarse tuning knobs are not semitones. These are steps in the harmonic scale. So 1 to 2 is not actually one semitone up, it's 1 octave up. 1 to 3 is actually 19.02 semitones. It's not actually 2 octaves up. This is a harmonic scale tuning and is completely different. On the other hand, when we're not dealing with FM, when we're just dealing with blending the operator signals together, we do have access to the fine tuning knobs. Now, FM requires exact tuning to produce harmonically pleasing results, but we're not using FM here, and so we can adjust the tuning of the operators very, very slightly to detune them and create a nice kind of fatter sound. So that's what I've done here. I've added a little bit of kind of fine tuning adjustment to these 3 operators beyond this one. So we have our kind of our root, and then we have a bunch of other kind of very slightly varied tunings based off of that. So that's why we get this nice kind of phasey sound. All right. So next up, because we're trying to do like a nice kind of trancy pad style sound, let's go and throw Operator into an instrument rack. And I'm actually going to introduce an instance of analog on top of this. And I'm going to use analog mainly for its noise and for an overtone. So I'm going to bring the color up all the way on the noise. The color in analog is effectively a filter, a low-pass filter on simply the noise element. And I'm going to put it all the way to filter 2, activate filter 2, throw it into high-pass mode, and then bring the cutoff down. Let's open up amp 2 as well. So this is going to allow us to introduce a little bit of noise to the top end. So let's go and have a look at introducing another kind of interesting aspect to analog here. I'm going to turn up oscillator 2's tuning to 7 semitones up, which is going to create a nice chord. Oh. I don't know what's in the background there, but I'm hearing a lot of other music. All right. So let's have a look at... Let me think here. Let's have a look at some other ways of kind of introducing this. Let's go and fatten up operator a little bit. Go and under voices. Okay, yeah, we had it set to multiple voices. Let's add after operator in the chain here. Let's add a little bit of distortion. Let's go and introduce saturator. And okay, so now that I've done this, we do have velocity controlling the filter in operator, but I'm going to suggest a slightly different approach, and that's going to be taking the filter frequency of operator, and let's actually add an auto filter behind analog. We'll take the filter frequency of analog, then we'll take, let me see what else, the time knob here, and we're going to map it all to macro 1. And stack it up there. So now macro 1 is going to control our overall kind of filter approach. Let's just go and set up a fairly simple chord here. And I'm going to show you a really cool kind of trick. And it's not going to be that. That's a couple octaves high. Bounce it down. And remember earlier on when I was presenting, I was talking about the gate and the fact that the gate was a very underutilized effect. I'm going to take the gate and apply it here. And I'm going to take an input, a sidechain input from the space bed track and use it to drive the gate's presence. So let's just, I'll turn this off and let's have a listen to this chord again. And let me go and reduce that. Now I'm going to turn the gate on, and the gate is going to be listening to the space bed track here. So it's taking the rhythm of that track, and it's going to trigger the gate on and off according to the incoming signal from the space bed track. Actually, you know what? Let's go and instead of just using that bed track, let's use a breakbeat. Just go and drop this into audio 5 here. I'm going to take input from audio 5 and this really comes live when we add some reverb. and some delay. Sweet. So, how does that sound? Hello?
Hey, Andrew, sorry, I just had muted George there. We're getting some background noise from him and from me,
Okay.
so that sounded great. I'm going to unmute George now so we can hear from him. George, you're back
Yeah,
on the
it
air,
was,
my friend.
yeah, I'm back.
Sweet.
Great. Yeah, what did you think of that?
It was nice, and actually I will do it after the webinar. I will try it. Sure.
Nice. Yeah, definitely try the gate out. And remember when we talked about or when we looked at the multiband splitter earlier on, you can apply certain things to certain bands. So there's no reason why you can't take a noise gate and apply it specifically to the high band of the pad, allowing
That's
everything.
cool too.
Yeah. So very. Very fun effect.
Infinite possibilities.
Yep, totally.
Oh yeah,
Nice
thanks.
one.
Thank you.
Thanks for that question, George. That was awesome. Okay. Next up, we've got a question from Symphony. Symphony, I'm just going to unmute you here. Hello, Symphony. Are you there?
Oh yeah, hi. My question was actually from the past class.
That's
It
okay.
was about. Oh, okay. I want to know if there's another way to do gating, like besides side chaining and or chopping up the audio clip.
For doing chops.
Yeah, like the gating effect, but I just can't seem to find the right effect that I'm looking for using the gate. Maybe there's another way. I'm sure there's many other ways, but
Well, is it for a vocal?
yeah.
My suggestion would probably be to not actually gate it. If you're dealing with problem, actually, would I be able to get you to? Yeah, thanks, Drew. A little bit of background noise there. My suggestion would be to look at doing fades within the arrange window at that point. Gating is nice, and it's an extremely useful approach. It's nice partly because it's kind of automatic a lot of the time. You set it and forget it, and that's really good. But at the same time, there's going to be points where it doesn't necessarily do what you want it to do. So I would suggest having a look at using volume fades within the arrange window to compensate for when the gate is perhaps not acting fast enough or is letting something through that you don't want, et cetera, et cetera. So it's something where I always find that, and this is something that I try and teach a lot, it's always better to use a couple different approaches a little bit rather than one approach a lot if what you're after is quality of signal and transparency of technique. So if you decide that you really need to get rid of some noise, but the only way that you can get it is by turning up the gate a lot, then you're going to end up perhaps losing some points where you don't want to lose them and having the gate do too much at some points. Likewise, if your volume levels are off, and you decide that you're just going to really EQ to boost the range or boost a certain frequency to get volume there, perhaps it would have been better to combine a little bit of compression with a little bit of EQing to end up with the same thing. So it depends on what you're after, but I suggest using a combination of gate and automation within the arrange window to kind of compensate if the gate is not doing enough. So yeah.
Nice one. I'm gonna unmute Symphony there again for a sec, just so she can follow up. Symphony, are you there? Great.
Yes. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. How did that sound for you? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. I'm gonna try that
Wonderful.
out.
Sweet. Yeah, nice
Thank
one.
you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've got one more voice question that I see here, Andrew, from Kyle Parrish. I'm just going to unmute you here, Kyle. Hey, Kyle, are you there?
Hi. You hear me all right?
Hey.
Yep, just
Sure
fine.
can.
Okay.
Yeah, what's your question, Kyle?
Well, it relates to synthesis. I just read something about psychoacoustics, about the idea that if you have all of the upper harmonics, so if you have a sound that has presence at 220 hertz and 330 hertz and 440 hertz, you're gonna hear a fundamental that would match that harmonic series at 110 hertz, even if it's not actually present. You'll sort of perceive what the fundamental of that sound ought to be. And so as soon as I read that, the first thought that popped into my head is how there's often trouble when you're making bass and drum oriented music to try to fit everything in there. And I was wondering if either of you have any experience intentionally building a synth that implies a low fundamental but doesn't actually have it, or if you have other practical applications of that idea.
I personally do not. That is, it's not something I've gotten into too much. I focus most of my energies on kind of like aggressive sound design, and then kind of taking traditional approaches to mixing to make things work. It's as far as like low level subs go, I've always worked more with the concept of layering, creating space, and creative EQing. Along with dynamics to really kind of make things work in the low end. So that's kind of outside of the range.
Something I could add there, Andrew, if you like.
Yeah, please do.
Nice. So Kyle, you were asking about psychoacoustic principles, specifically about subs and low end?
Well, yeah, since it had to do with sort of implying a fundamental that would be lower than the frequencies that were actually there, the first thought that popped into my head was, oh, that could clear you some space potentially.
Yeah, great. I can definitely speak to that. Just in particular, I've used a plugin from Waves called Renaissance Bass quite a bit, which is a psychoacoustic plugin. And the concept and how it works for anybody who's not familiar with psychoacoustics is when you hear a sound, that sound has a fundamental, and then it has overtones or harmonics. So if you have a sound like a sub-bass sound, and the fundamental of that sound is at 60 hertz, for example, then you're going to have the first harmonic at 120 hertz, which is twice the fundamental. You're going to have the second harmonic at 180 hertz, which is 3 times the fundamental, and so on and so on. Now, we all know that lower frequencies are harder to produce, and they take up more room, more headroom in your mix. So we also have a lot of times people listening on speakers and on headphones that just aren't capable of producing those very low frequencies. And that's where psychoacoustics comes in. And what the psychoacoustic principle is that when your ear is hearing these higher order harmonics, 120, 180, 240 hertz, then it's going to artificially construct a lower frequency fundamental that may or may not actually be there. So the way that Waves Renaissance Bass works is it injects frequency content at the harmonic intervals above a fundamental. So it injects these higher frequencies that are easier for the speakers to produce. And it tricks your ear into perceiving that the lower frequency fundamental is there or is more powerful than it actually is. And those types of processors can be really useful. I use them a lot in my music. Some of the sound designers that we work with, Black Octopus Sound, for example, our official sample pack partner, uses Waves Renaissance Bass in kick drums when they're synthesizing them. And I just actually finished, it's not live on Warp Academy yet, but I just finished a whole 5-hour course in bass sound design, and we have a full video on how to use that plugin. So keep an eye out for that. And definitely Waves RBass is one of the premier kind of ways to go about doing that. Now you have to be careful with Waves RBass as well, because you can sacrifice the sound of your mix on a big system. that can produce those frequencies. So you have to strike a balance. You have to think ahead of time about where is my music going to be listened to, because if you go nuts with Waves R bass on your track, but you're playing it on a Function 1 sound system at a festival that's like a 100,000 watt sound system, that sound system doesn't need Waves R bass. It can produce those frequencies, and it can produce them well. So you have to be careful how you use it and have your end listener in mind. My personal process, I use Waves R bass lightly on stuff, on my basses, if I feel like they don't have quite enough sub in them, or I want to enhance that perception of the sub while keeping headroom under control.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question, man.
Welcome, Kyle. Yeah, awesome question. Okay, we've got another text question, sorry, a voice question here from Vladimir. I'm just going to unmute you here, Vladimir. Hello, are you with us?
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you just fine. What's your question for Myagi?
Can you please tell me what reverberation is better to use in live with drums?
Which type of reverb is better for use with drums? Gotcha. Okay.
I would defer to kind of personal preference with that. It depends on what you're after. Are you talking about adding reverb to your entire kit, or are you talking about utility reverb for kind of kick and snare potentially, or which?
Kick and snare.
Okay.
And entire full kit too.
Well, I tend to kind of work in a couple different ways with reverbs when I'm talking about a drum kit. I like to add within a drum rack oftentimes a small amount of placement reverb on certain elements that otherwise won't get reverb. So perhaps my kick, if I'm adding reverb to my kick, I'm very sure that I'm only adding it to the upper registers of it. So I won't be adding reverb to my sub. I might add reverb to the click element of my kick if I'm using a multi-layered kick, or I'll take the kick and multiband split it and then put a little bit of reverb on the higher end of the kick at that point. Otherwise, I often set up a small kind of placement reverb, which I'll usually do as a send return, and that'll be something fairly short, and I'll send a lot of my kind of my short staccato elements to it. So the snare drum will go to it a little bit, the hi-hats will go to it a little bit more, the clap will go to it a little bit more, and so on. And then I might set up a long utility reverb with a much longer decay time lower in the mix, and send my crash cymbal to that, perhaps my toms to that. Usually the toms, again, I'll frequency split so that I'm not sending the low end of the toms to it. And then that particular reverb I might actually set up so that the reverb volume goes through a compressor that gets side chained to the kit itself. So the kick and the snare duck the reverb out of the way. That's something that's actually probably useful for me to show here. When you're dealing with send returns and you have, for example, a very long reverb, not 50 seconds, that's a little excessive, but we'll go for like a 6-second reverb, and you're sending drums through it or you're sending anything through it, but you want to make sure that it's not going to really jam up your mix. Even in a send return setting like this, you can add a compressor afterwards, and let's just pretend, well, actually, no, I do have a kick track. So I'll just take the audio from the kick track and use it to duck a little bit the reverb signal out of the way. So that means that even though we have this long washy reverb that we're putting, perhaps some of our drums through, the reverb itself is not going to be super dominant in the mix because we're going to use the drums to duck the reverb out of the way. So that's my kind of reverb technique for drums. I also tend to make sure that I have an EQ on my drum reverbs that's getting rid of anything below about 120 hertz, something like that, maybe even a little bit higher. Mm-hmm. Just because I find that although it's useful to imply space, when you start having any echo in that range, you're just adding a bunch of extra noise that just helps jumble up the mix. It's really not good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
And can I ask you one more question, please?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah, we still have some time. Andrew,
It's
I'm
very-
just getting Ian and Isaac ready in the background here, so we've got time for a few more questions.
Okay, cool.
I'm interested to know how to deal with time when you, for example, your set is 125,
Mm-hmm.
and what time has to be on reverb for drums?
That's a kind of a personal preference thing, because reverb is very different from delay. Delay is literally a repetition of the incoming signal over and over, repeating at a tempo. With reverb, it's a consistently rendering simulation of a space. So essentially, the decay time is kind of how long the echo bounces around the room. It's not something that I ever would base off of a track's tempo. It's that's got nothing to do with it really for me. In general, what I would say is that longer reverbs, especially on percussion, sound better if the tempo is slower and if the mix is more Spartan. Long reverbs on drum elements or on any elements, I tend to be very, very wary of when I'm mixing my tracks. I usually like to put something through it that appears very, very occasionally, like a single distorted tom going through a reverb once every 4 bars or something like that, if I'm going to be using a very, very long decay time, like 10 seconds or more. And that's just because reverb signal, even though it's just an echo, it still clutters up your mix. So it's something to kind of be aware of.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm just gonna have a quick look at.
Okay, we're just going to mute you now, Vladimir. Yeah, we actually have a text question here, Andrew, that we can go to.
Sure.
All right. So Jeff Gaston has just asked just about double tracking vocals. So this would kind of pertain to the last session as well. And he was just wondering if there's any particular technique you could show as far as double tracking a vocal to maybe thicken it up. Would you use a rack inside of Ableton, or is there a VST you'd use, or just how you'd go about doing that?
Well, there's a couple options. I mean, you can definitely use fairly extreme kind of frequency shifting within a rack in Ableton. There's also a ton of free frequency shifter plugins that you can get. But oddly enough, Waves plugins, which is, we just talked about Waves with RBass. They have a doubler on sale today. It's actually something I was having a look at. It is the Real ADT. So this is based off of Abbey Road Studios tech, so stuff that was used on the Beatles, et cetera, et cetera. This is actually a classic plugin, very, very good. So it's on sale. I don't normally like using our webinars to suggest all sorts of other people's products and whatnot, but that is a steal of a bargain. The Abbey Road plugins are lovely, and that is a very good one to kind of have a look at if you're interested in creating some nice kind of doubled up techniques. Other than that, one kind of good way to kind of go about adding doubler effects is simply to take your vocal, split it, and then add some chorus along with some frequency shifting to the secondary backup group. You can EQ that differently than the main vocal. So let me just quickly eliminate these guys, and we'll just have a quick listen to this vocal loop here.
Get yourself now ready and let's go.
And I'm going to take an instance of Live's chorus, drop it in, throw it into an audio effect rack, create a bypass, and a chorus itself. Put the chorus to 100% wet.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in.
So let's also take a frequency shifter and throw it in before the chorus. fine tune it down a little bit.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one, ding ding ga dingo. Lord have
And then I'm going to take the volume of this chorus and bring it down a little bit relative to the original. That way the original is still dominant. I'm also going to take the output of the chorus, and I'm going to give it a little bit of a boost in the low range here. Still going to cut a bit.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass, so call your number just like in bingo. Get with this one.
And let's duplicate the chorus again, and we'll frequency shift the other way.
Get yourself now ready and let's go. When you hear the sound of the bass.
And again, I would do a little bit of panning on that. And you start getting a nice kind of wide effect out of doing that style of technique. So, all right. So,
Thanks, Andrew. Okay, I think we have Ian and Isaac on the line now, so we should be ready to do a switchover. Did you have any final things you wanted to mention or plug before the presentation wraps?
No, hope you guys enjoyed that. That's I think a pretty good kind of preview of what interacting with me is like, along with some pretty good kind of tips and techniques on how to make your vocals pop out of the mix and how to really kind of treat your synths as part of an overall instrument as opposed to just a standalone element. So thanks for being with us today, guys. I'm gonna pass it over to you, Drew, to introduce Ian and Isaac.
Okay, fantastic. I'm just going to quickly set up Ian as the presenter now. So Ian, you should get an invitation there to accept the presenter slot. And if you want to, you can begin screencasting your screen. And Ian, I'm assuming you can hear me. Can you just maybe give us a quick audio check?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear, my friend.
Yes.
Thanks.
Right.
I'm also with Isaac. I'm going to unmute you as well, Isaac, so we can hear you as well. Isaac, you're unmuted now. Could you just do a quick levels check?
Yeah, hi everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Isaac.
Yep.
Great. Okay, so thanks everybody. I'm just going to do a quick intro for you guys, and then you can get going. So we have with us today Ian Gallagher and Isaac Cotec. Both of them are Ableton Live certified trainers with us here at Warp Academy. And they have been really busy hunkering down in the studio for the past few months building a brand new course on DJing that's going to hit our library and be launched next week. And they are here today to do a presentation for you guys on the basics and the essentials of DJing with Live, which is something that I know a lot of people are interested in doing. That's actually how I started using Live. I was using Cubase to produce music, but I was looking for a piece of software that was going to allow me to play my music and to perform, and that's how I first got into using Ableton Live, and then it just kind of won my heart over, and I switched to using it for everything, which also happens with a lot of people. So I think there's a lot of people out there that are using Live to produce with, and there's even more who are using Live to DJ with, and even more beyond that that are curious about how to become better DJs inside of the software. So we have Ian and Isaac are our two resident experts in doing that. They both gig and perform themselves. They're very active in the industry, and we only have people up here that do what they talk about. So without further ado, Ian and Isaac, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Vespers. Isaac, you're still with me there?
Yep.
Awesome, man. I thought that was a very good intro. That about sums it up for why we're here. Yeah, I mean, like Drew said, we've just been super busy preparing a huge DJ course that's going to be launching next week. I forget the last count, Isaac, but is it 4 hours of video that we have?
Something around there, yeah. It's a gigantic collection that goes into the absolute minutia of DJing, into the much wider concepts of DJing, like how do you go out get gigs, how do you prepare yourself for doing this as your life goal. So it's a wide range.
Exactly, and we'll go over a little bit more. Hopefully, we can answer questions at the end. If you guys have any detailed questions about the course, we can go into that. But I just also wanted to mention that it also comes with a small library of free music. courtesy of the Warp Academy family, because we're all producers, and so we've all donated our a little bit of our own music, so that comes for free, and also we have some extended family members that donated as well. So obviously everyone pretty much has a digital music collection nowadays, but just a little cherry on the top for this course is you get like a small, about 3 GB library of loops and full tunes in a whole variety of genres, from drum and bass to hip hop to trap to house to funky house, breaks house, glitch hop, reggae, chill step. So anyway, I'm really excited about that as well, which will come with the course. So yeah, we can answer as many questions as you guys need later on. But without further ado, maybe we should, Isaac, do you have anything to add to that, or should we go into our presentation today?
No, go into it. Let's, maybe go over exactly what we're going to talk over, and then just dive into DJing.
Sure. Yeah. Let's see here. First of all, I wanted to say up front, there's a ton that we want to talk about today, so we might be rushing through it, but hopefully we can take a lot of questions at the end. So if you see something and you're not sure about it, hit us up with a question at the end, and we'll try to go more into that. So actually, just to start things out, I just kind of wanted to show you guys like an example of one of my Ableton Live DJ sets, and I'm not going to go into playing it or how I did it yet, but this is just kind of something that I would do. It's a little bit of a mess, but this is kind of just a general, real quick sneak peek at what I do, how I use it, how I use Live to DJ, and you'll see in here I have acapellas from Tupac, Outkast, DMX, Bob Marley, and then I have songs from Vespers, from EMF to Dr. Dre, and everything in between. So it's a really flexible instrument for DJing, and I obviously highly recommend it. So with that, let's look at how you actually go about doing something like this. So first things first, I'm going to make a new live set, and I won't save this. Okay, so here we are in a blank live set. Isaac, what's the first thing you would do?
Well, let's be clear that what we're doing here is showing off how to DJ, and by that what we mean is move between stereo mastered tracks. So we're not so much talking about parts or pieces to our music production or anything like that. So we're really looking at more of the traditional kind of A/B mixing, as if you're moving between two turntables, right, or two CDJs. So because of that, you think like, well, then what do I need to start DJing? And the thing you're going to need is you're going to need like an A and B side, and somehow move between those.
Exactly.
So yeah.
So let's go ahead and erase our MIDI tracks. We don't need those. You can use MIDI to DJ. There's no law against that, but that's not what that's more advanced, not what we want to think about today. So as Isaac just said, we just need two tracks, basically. It's that simple. So here we go, audio track 1 and 2. Let's relabel these. Isaac, I forget what you do. Do you do A and B or 1 and 2?
I do A and B. Doesn't
okay,
matter.
Cool. Let's do that.
But one thing that you should all keep in mind is things definitely sound better when they're labeled. They're at least easier to understand later after a long day in the studio. So label everything.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you there more, Isaac. It's ridiculous how much how important organization is to DJing. That could almost be its own talk here, but man, I almost think sometimes that 90% of what I do is organization, in terms of hunting down tunes and organizing them into folders and putting them, labeling them correctly, warping them correctly. I mean, it's the fun stuff is you know, unfortunately not the whole picture. But anyway, that's another conversation. All right, so we got our A and B decks here. Probably, I would think the most important thing to cover next, or to make sure we understand, is the crossfader. If you guys don't know it, you probably do. I know we got tons of live gurus on the call here, but if you don't know, Live does in fact have a crossfader, and it's super important for DJing. And the way we find that is we go to our bottom right of Live, and there's a little X here that is kind of hard to see, but we click it, and now we have this crossfader, which, like on a traditional DJ mixer, we can have it up the middle, listening to both tracks. We can have it hard right, or hard left, or hard right. And the way we assign the tracks to be either left or right is with A, B, A, B, these A and B buttons. So, good point, Isaac, or good call on the A-B, because you can literally assign your A's to be on the left and your B to be on the right. And so now...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think that's subconsciously what I did too before, but I just never thought about it like that. So now, when we have our crossfader all the way over to the left, we're only going to be hearing what's on this deck, deck A. And if we have our crossfader all the way over on the right, we're only going to hear what's on deck B, this guy. And if we have it straight up the middle, we would hear both. And don't worry, we'll show you an example of this very shortly. The next really important topic, concept that you got to nail down if you are using Live to DJ, and a lot of people ask me this because they're worried about it, is can they use a Q mix? If you don't know what a Q mix is, I'm sure everyone has seen a DJ on stage at some point with headphones up to their ear, right? They're not just like listening to their iPod or just listening to the song that's playing over the speakers in the club. They're listening to the next song that they're going to play, or they're auditioning potential other songs that they could play. I know when I DJ, sometimes I'll actually go through 3 or 4 songs before I find the next one I want to play. Isaac, how about you? Do you do a lot of auditioning of songs when you're out playing?
Oh yeah, I mean, so when I first started DJing, I would spend forever getting my live set together, and I'm like, I'm gonna play all these tracks, it's gonna be perfect. And I show up, and that set that I was supposed to play, which was like, let's say it's like the middle set or an opening set, just because of where I was at that time. And then I'd show up, and it was like a completely different party than I was expecting. It was a completely different crowd, a completely different system, or whatever, and I had to on the fly make up what I was doing. So from here on out, I just go, I have a list of things that I can choose from, and then just make it up as I go. Yeah. And that's where Q mixing is the absolute key to doing that. So I'm sure you're going to show us that shortly.
Yeah. Man, I couldn't... It's almost hilarious in a way. Like I had the exact same experience. My first 4 or 5 gigs, I would show up and think like, I've got these 50 songs and I'm going to play only these and in this order, and it never went like that. And And so exactly, I'm in the exact same boat. I just show up with 500 songs and see what happens, because every night is going to be different, and that's the really fun part about DJing, and that's kind of what makes it special as opposed to putting on a playlist. Anyway, we can wax poetic about that more later, but yeah, exactly. This is where the Q mix comes into play. Now, how do we get to the Q mix? That is also in this lower right-hand corner area. It's this I/O button. We can click that, or if you're on a Mac, it's Option Command I. And I believe on a PC, Control Option I. Not having a PC in front of me, I'm not sure, but rest assured there's a shortcut for it. And anyway, this is where your Q mix resides. Now, because of the limitations of GoToWebinar, or at least maybe later on Vespers might have actually come up with a solution for this, I'm not sure, but I couldn't at least figure out how to do both my GoToWebinar routings and a different routing in here without compromising everything and having a disaster on the call. So I apologize, I can't show you exactly how I route this, but what I can show you though is a quick slideshow which will show you the what you need to do. So let me just quickly fire that up. And you'll be able to get the gist of how this works. Because at first it is a little tricky. This actually isn't very intuitive, although it's easy, so don't worry. What you first need is a audio interface, a sound card, and it needs to have 2 stereo outs. This is really important. A lot of beginner sound cards, at least a number of years ago, maybe they've changed, but a lot of them only have 1 stereo out, but you're going to need 2 stereo outs. And so here in this slide, we can see Isaac's Motu, and it indeed has 2 stereo outs, as we're about to see, because when you click the output configuration button here, let's pretend I'm clicking that.
And this is within live preferences.
Yeah, this is within your preferences, sorry.
Yeah.
So Command, comma, Mac, Control, comma, PC. So in your preferences, hit your output config, and then over here, you're going to want to make sure you've got these 2 guys clicked. So these are our 2 stereo outs, 1, 2, and 3, 4. So if you are looking over here and you don't see 3, 4, that probably means it's a limitation of your interface. And honestly, there's no way around that besides buying a new one. But nowadays, not super expensive, so you can get a good one for not very much money. So okay, let's assume you got these clicked, and we click OK down here. Now, what you would do is go back to where I was showing you, the lower right-hand corner of your screen, and in your Q out, you would select 3, 4 in here, and then in your main out, your master out, you would have 1, 2. So because of this, we have the ability to split our signal, and what the crowd is hearing is this master out. That's what the people are dancing to, and you have a secret way of listening to or previewing your music that you're going to play or may want to play out of your 3/4 here. And this last slide, you can see, let me zoom in, that when you have your
well, also,
cue
you
mix,
have to remember to hit the cue button.
Oh, yep. Good call,
Yeah,
Isaac.
so in that
yeah.
slide before, yeah, you'll see it, the cue.
Yep. Yeah, good call. Before you do anything, you're going to have to click this button here and make it say cue. If you look back at my screen down here in the corner, it says solo, and that's because I don't have it set up correctly because of the limitations of GoToWebinar. But if I had it set up correctly, what I could do is click this, and it would say cue. Let me go back to the slide real quick. And so it would say cue, and then you can actually adjust the level, the volume of your cue mix with this volume knob, essentially, for your headphones. And so you could make it go like that. So, okay. And then finally, when you have a track that you want to preview, you would click the button here, and the headphone icon appears, and your track comes up as like light green or light blue, teal, and that is your cue mix. Okay, so that's a quick introduction to using cue mix. Isaac, do you have anything to add to that? I know I rushed through that.
No, I mean, it's going to depend on your sound card, and then you set 3 and 4 to your headphones, and then it's, it might seem a little esoteric at first, but now it's super easy. Once you guys set it up, you'll be good to go. But I am really excited to hear you move between A and B tracks.
Yeah.
So we can kind of get a taste of that.
Yeah, totally. So let's go into that. I'm just going to drag in a couple tracks here. Just checking my time real quick. So obviously, just like with producing with Live, your browser over here is super important for DJing. And so I have a folder set up in my places called Songs, and it's just that. This is what I DJ with, all these folders, and I've got subfolders in some of them, and these are everything from, this is all 90s hip-hop, and 2000s hip-hop, acapellas. Hopefully have time to go into some acapellas in a bit. And this is what I draw from when I'm DJing. Let's see, where should we go? Let's try some, I'm not sure if these are warped. That's the only problem there. Just started recently doing some 2000s hip hop. Okay, these guys are definitely warped. Here we go. And we got 2 tracks. They're loading up. Yep, I have indeed warped these. How's the volume on that? Too loud?
That sounds just fine to me.
Okay.
Hello, party people in the place to be. I'm Charlie Chess, you see. I kick the boogie and party down from here.
Voila. That's transitioning between your A deck and your B deck in a nutshell. As you saw, those were 2 just random songs I pulled out of my library. Threw them in, and I had my crossfader all the way on my A deck, and slowly moved it over until the middle for a quick second, and then went over all the way to my B deck when the vocals came in. Now that was a very quick transition. You could do it a lot faster, and that's more like a hip hop approach. But I really like that actually, and so that would probably go something more like this.
Hello, party people in the place to be. I'm Charlie.
Something like that. You
Yeah, I
can
like that
play
one.
with it, have fun. There's a million, different variations in there.
Totally, and I have an advanced little trick to show y'all too. And if you could right-click
Sure.
the crossfader.
Okay.
That's something a lot of people don't know at first, but if you right-click, you have different types of crossfaders. So
Yeah.
what Ian was showing you, like in the middle is totally equal, right? And as you go to the different sides, the volume goes down comparatively, but there's different shapes of like maybe it switches over really quickly to the next track or so on. And there's an image and information on this both on Ableton, and we'll have information about this on Warp Academy. But that's an advanced trick for y'all if you're super into crossfading and getting that different action.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. I mean, for example, the fast cut, I believe, would be more like a traditional turntablist style crossfade, where it. Let's see if we can hear the difference real quick. I'll just launch both of these. So the volume of our B track, of our A track in this case, is very loud the moment we kind of edge the crossfader over. And that's as opposed to, I think the slow fade might be the most opposite. Yeah, that certainly is a lot slower. But yeah, great point, Isaac. Awesome trick there. Lots of, definitely we recommend experimenting with these and finding which one works for you best. They're not, there's no right answer here. Depends what kind of DJ you want to be or how you want your sound to be, that's the fun of it. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Okay. The next thing I want to quickly touch on, and I think Isaac, you confirmed this with me, but I could be wrong. But one of the trickiest things, actually, that I have students come to me asking is about warping, how to warp their songs. Basically, the big thing that you have to master, I would say, more than anything, is how to warp your tracks properly for your DJing. So I'd like to just walk through a couple quick steps there and show you what I think is the most effective way to do it, and that'll hopefully get you going in the right direction. So
yeah, maybe while you're grabbing some tracks real quick, I'll explain, just putting a little
Sure.
thought of, so when Ian was showing those tracks, right, and he was playing between them, they could have been, like, if they were the same exact speed, then, and the beats started at the same exact time, it would have worked. You would have moved between them very easily. But if you ever have tracks that are different speeds, like things are either faster or slower, you're going to have to stretch and kind of make them slower, faster playback so that they fit together. And that's what warping is. It's just like Tractor, how Tractor has the beat matching. It's the same idea. But the advantage here is we can get these ready beforehand and have it saved in the file so we never have to beat match. We know all of them will start at the same time and they'll all be stretched and play back good.
Exactly. Yep. So let me just start with one track here, because we're moving right along with the time. I don't even honestly remember what song this is, but I think this is a really good example because it's definitely, I believe, a trance tune or a progressive house song, and so the beat is going to be pretty consistent and not going to be all over the place. As you can probably just see right off, we have a consistent 4/4, 4 to the floor kick drum here in the beginning. And obviously, it's going to continue throughout the song. So that sounds fine, right? Well, it sounds fine, but you could not DJ. Let me just show you what would happen if we just threw another unwarped song in next to it. Oh, this song is actually warped. My bad. Oh, yeah, it's because I'm not in the right folder. Let me go back to my 2012 tracks here. This one should not be warped. Okay, so I'm just going to play this and launch this song, and let's see how that sounds. Yeah, that's not sounding so hot, right? So what we got to do is warp this guy. Now, there's a bunch of different ways of warping your tracks, but actually, I think there's a really slick way that I actually learned from Isaac that I think is the most effective. And Isaac, if you could, if you were doing the screen share right now, I'd have you do it because I got it from you. But
cool.
Unfortunately, it's we can't. So I'll demonstrate it. Here's what we're gonna do. Hopefully you guys know about the tap tempo feature up here. The tap tempo feature is really powerful in a lot of ways, but especially for warping, it's my go-to technique. So what we're going to do is play this back, and while we're playing it back, we're going to tap in the tempo by clicking on the mouse here. So let's do that real quick. Okay, so I think, let me try it again, but I think it's looking like it's at 127, basically. Whoops. It could be 128. Let's say it's 128. I think it probably is 128. In any case, if you're 1 or 2 BPM off, it's not the end of the world, and we'll see in a second that that's ballpark is usually good enough. So from there, we know this song is at 128 or 127, something like that. Now let's turn on warping. And now what we got to do is zoom in and find the first transient, double click to create a warp marker, then control click on that warp marker and choose set 111 here. All right, but we're still not done. From there, although we're very close, now let's control click one more time, and I use warp from here straight. You could probably also do warp 128 from here, but I usually just do the straight. Now I'm willing to bet that probably we're more or less done in terms of the warping of this track. So the way we can check that, what you got to do, and this is definitely something you have to do with Ableton, you got to go through and check that your songs are properly warped. And the way you got to do that is by turning on your metronome and essentially shuffling through the song and making sure that the metronome is mirroring your kick drum, if it's a house tune, or just mirroring the beat, making sure that it's right there with your foot, which should be tapping along too. So let's just hit play. Sounding pretty good. Might have drifted a little Yeah, so it looks like maybe it drifted a little bit. Just tighten it up here. But actually, probably what we could do is just go right to the end and make sure that this is locked in, and then I think we're probably done. Okay, what I recommend doing next is setting up like a loop at the end of your track, turning on your loop. Now we have a nice 8-bar outro to this song. And I highly suggest this outro looping method because you just kind of never know what's going to go on in a gig. You know, you might have to run to the bathroom. You might be at the bar trying to get a beer, and they won't give it to you. And or a lot of times what happens, and maybe Isaac, you might be able to speak to this, but when people come up and ask for requests, man, time just flies, and before you know it, your song is at the end. And you don't want your song to end and you just get stuck with silence. That's, you know, the kind of a DJ's worst nightmare. So if you have a loop set up at the end with your loop brace, and you make sure you got loops set here, you got your loop on, even the worst requester in the world is not going to distract you. Well, it's not going to distract live from looping your end. So this will keep looping, and then we can launch our next tune. And I'll attempt a really quick speed launch here. Let's see if I can do this in like world record timing. Work from here straight. Now I'm going to launch my next track. Yep, and we're on to our next tune, and that's the essence of DJing, not of DJing, of warping your tracks and preparing them. And one last quick thing, Isaac, just and then I'll let you.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say something real quick, if that's cool.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
So yeah, what Ian just showed us was awesome of how we can get. Basically, he's making pins with those little yellow markers, and he's stretching it, so now he knows all the songs are in time. And something else that came to mind is when you were moving around your start point to see if it was on time, you'll notice how it still sounded really good because live is always starting the next section wherever he moves in time, so it gives you this really morphable way of playing. And I don't think we're going to have too much time to get into the warp modes. That's kind of what I wanted to say is there are different types of warp modes and different types of usages, and we go super in depth at this. I mean, even for just $20 a month on Warp Academy, I've done a series on this that goes deep, but in our course we do show off examples too, but sadly we won't have time with that. And I was hoping, just because we're going to open questions pretty soon is what we were thinking, Ian, if you could show your awesome a cappella thing to kind of just show people how you've taken this to the next level, that'd be great, and then we can open up to people's thoughts.
Sure, definitely. Yeah, I'll open up my next set, or my kind of what you're talking about. One last thing, though, that people often forget with warping, just before I leave you here, hit save, guys. Boom. That way, when you want to use this song in the future, it's done. If you don't hit save and you want to drag in the song again, you're going to be out of luck. So because I hit save here, I can delete it. What was that song called? This one. And it's already warped. How easy is that? If we didn't hit save, though, we'd be screwed. All right, so hit save. Let me show you my acapella mix. And to kind of give you guys an idea of what we go into in our DJ course, and also what makes live so powerful for DJing. This is a mix I created, kind of mashing up a whole bunch of different things. But I think kind of the part I like the best probably is right around here. I have a song from Fool's Gold, A-Track's record label, and I've cut it up into some different pieces, into different parts. Then I trigger a Beastie Boys acapella. I then go into another tune. No, same tune, but different parts. Then with different parts of the Beastie Boys acapella, and then I transition over into another tune with a Pitbull acapella, and then I go into a Mad Cobra, and on and on. And I don't think I have time to go through all of it, but I'll just show you a little bit of what I'm talking about here. So.
She's a very kinky girl. The kind you don't take home to my bar.
Oh man, that was awesome.
That's a nice routine, guys.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I was.
So that's just kind of the beginning there.
Sweet. We've got about probably about 15 minutes left. I'd like to definitely kind of switch over to a couple questions here.
Sure.
I do have. I've got a couple text questions. The first one's a really simple one, which should be a pretty quick answer. How do you guys organize tracks in Live's browser?
I just wanted to have one little statement about what we just saw, and then we can answer that question. I just wanted to say that the cool thing I just learned from what Ian showed us is like, notice how he's taking little parts of other songs and acapellas and things, and he's playing them all at different times. Like, that's the real power that we're talking about. That's when you start unlocking live, is when you can start doing remixes totally on the fly. He's adding completely different vocals to completely different tracks, and he can change it at any moment. So awesome, man. I really love that.
Thanks. Thanks.
And then the question was on how do we organize within live, right?
Yep.
Well, Ian is a super master at this, just when we saw his file management. So maybe, Ian, you show the way you do it.
Okay, sure. You know, I mean, I'm not going to lie, like, it's, there's my own brand of chaos in a way. You know, I can always be better at it, but, you know, I'm more of a genre organizer. There's no one way to do it, I would say. I mean, that's the short answer. But the way I do it is I try to do genres for the most part. I do have, you'll notice I do have lots of artists as well, just because I've been working on this pool over here for many, many years. And sometimes I just create a folder for the artist and forget about it, or copy a song from, I don't know, Swedish House Mafia, and then I'll add it to another folder maybe, or cut it and paste it somewhere else. But I recommend doing genres. Yeah, like for example, I got 90s hip hop here, with just, you know, lots and lots of songs that, you know, I know if I'm playing 90s hip hop, or maybe I'm playing anything and I know I want to go to 90s hip hop, I can start searching in here and start there. The reason I do that is because I find that, you know, it's so hard to keep track of the, you know, 125 90s hip hop artists that are in here. And if I were to be, you know, going over here trying to think of, you know, an artist that starts with, you know, if I'm looking at A through, I'm just looking at the A's here, I'm only going to see 90s hip hop artists that start with A. And I feel like that's not the most effective way to do it. So that's what I recommend, and that's where the bulk of my music is over here. Even though I have lots of these smaller folders, most of them only have a song or two in them. Like, I must only have 1 or 2 Chris Brown songs, yeah. But my 2000s hip hop has, you know, a ton. So.
And then, do you have? I see in some of them they have the scale, and some of them maybe have a number. Do you have like a BPM that you put in the naming?
Yeah, I try to do that whenever possible. That's a really good question, Isaac. So until recently, I did that all by hand. So I would literally go through and in various ways, you know, figure out the key and BPM of my tune, and rename the file. And that was kind of cumbersome. And so recently, and I didn't do it for every track. Recently, though, I started using a tool called Mixing Key, and I would highly recommend that for everybody. Just in general, because what it can do is literally you can put 50 songs in it, it analyzes them, and you can have it rename the file for you automatically in whatever way you want, like with the key, with the BPM, with you know, you can be very specific about it. And so that's what I've started doing lately. A lot of this 90s stuff is older. So this is a better example of my 2000s hip hop. These have all been put into Mixing Key, and so they all have the name of the track, the key, and the BPM. Yeah, that's super important for me too, for sure. Is keeping harmonic mixing in mind, and I think Vespers is going to be going much more into that in a couple of minutes, so
Nice.
I won't steal his thunder there.
Sweet. That's good to know. Let's definitely hit up an audio question here. I've got CJ Eller on the line. CJ, I just unmuted you. Can you hear us okay?
Should be able to. Can you hear me fine?
Yep, just fine. So you got a question for these guys?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah. I do want to kind of touch on a couple quick things. First off, I've been using this method for a while, so it's kind of nice to see that it's actually generally used. But one of the things that I actually stopped using this for was because a couple of reasons, and I thought maybe I could just bring them up, and maybe you could at least show me a reason, or maybe a workaround, because I do like this, but there are a couple downsides to it that I would like to address.
Mm-hmm.
So one thing is BPM transitions, adding new songs on the fly when you get requests, and then as far as warping acapellas go.
Yeah. Isaac, might be easier for me to answer this, or do you want to take a stab at any of those? Or
Well, so it was BPM transition. What was the second one? I forgot that one.
Adding new songs in on the fly, like when you get a request.
Oh, so like warping it on the fly.
Yeah, because what I noticed is whenever at least when I've been using this, is you kind of do have to almost prepare like a set. So if people do have requests or things aren't necessarily going right, it's kind of difficult to add in new elements to the set on the fly while you're DJing live.
Yeah. So you just mean using Ableton to DJ, right? I mean, you're not talking. Yeah. It certainly is. That is, kind of one of the disadvantages to using live. You definitely need to spend a ton of time preparing tracks. They have to all be warped ahead of time, basically. However, I will say that once you get really good at warping, I've definitely warped tracks on the fly.
Yeah.
I've had a couple. I try not to do this as much as I can, but occasionally I think we all have encountered this as DJs, someone comes up and really is emphatic about a song, and they're like, I will pay you $20 to download this song right now and play it. And I've actually done that. And so I have actually warped songs on the fly, and it's worked. But generally speaking, I definitely don't recommend that. So you're right, it's not the best. But honestly, though, full disclosure,
do it in your Q mix.
Yeah, you can do it in your Q mix. So it's not like
about a minute. So like, it's tough when you're talking about 3-minute songs, pop songs. You got to be a ninja, but it's possible.
Yeah. Let me just say one more thing. Full disclosure, I do use Tractor to DJ as well. Long story there. I won't go into the reasons, but I'm good with Tractor as well. I think there's kind of a myth that Tractor requires no preparation, but it does as well. And so, I think either way, to really have a solid set, you need to prepare your songs, or Tractor might do a little better, but you still are going to have to be in your Q mix, preparing it, making sure you got the right beat, right first beat, etc. So, it's a little bit of a it's never easy to mix songs that you haven't prepared, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, I was just only asking because, like I said, this is something that I've actually found that is really kind of difficult with, is that when you're trying to add those new songs, it's just, there really is no good way to do it, whether it be, in Ableton or Serato or Tractor. It's kind of hard just throwing them in there, especially if you've never heard it before and somebody's coming up to you wanting you to play that song. So I just don't know if there was necessarily an easier way of doing it within Ableton, like bumping your tracks down like a notch to like a lower in your arrangement view, or I'm sorry, your session view, to drop them down so you can kind of make room for that next track, because at least the way it looks right now, it seems very programmed, like pre-programmed.
Oh yeah. So I DJ in two different ways, actually. This is sort of like my um, like if I know that I'm playing a party and they're gonna dig what I'm doing, and I'm not expecting a ton of requests, and I know that I just want to do something, uh, what I consider like quote unquote beautiful. Like, I've prepared everything. I've really thought through, putting all these things together. Then it is all prepared, like you're saying, and I do have some space at the bottom. I could drop stuff in, but there's another way that I DJ too, and that is with just like I just have two. Well, I have 4 tracks, but it's empty.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'd actually recommend there is using, again, mixed in key. And I can even bring it up really quickly here and just show you kind of what I'm talking about. Because the great thing about it is it can actually become kind of like a mini iTunes.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I have over here is actually like all these different playlists. And I can pop one open and see a song, search for a song. Actually, more importantly, let me show you. You can put your songs in key order or tempo order or energy order, kind of like you're in iTunes and you want to sort by artist or album or.
That's actually I did use mixed and key for a while. I didn't never thought of it to really kind of use it more as like a library, the way that you're kind of showing it right here. I think that's fairly helpful because what I was actually doing was just throwing them in mixed in key before I put them in iTunes and then throwing them into iTunes playlists. But this way actually seems a little bit more beneficial in the sense that you can organize on the left side and then, it still has all this with, using more as a library.
Sweet.
Yeah. I recommend it.
Yep, that's definitely a good approach.
Yeah.
Awesome, CJ. Good questions.
Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Just going to mute CJ here. And a couple, just a very quick roundup of a couple text questions. We'll have to keep these really, really fast, guys. But one question, Matt Reeves was asking, how do you go about tempo changes during a set?
I'll just tackle that one real quick, Isaac.
Okay.
So short answer there is mostly scene labeling. If you go over here to your scene, 128 BPM. When you type that in, as soon as you launch this scene, well, let's say we were at 70 BPM. As soon as we launch this scene, we're back to 128 BPM. So watch up there. Okay. And then after that, short answer is I map. I don't have it now because this isn't my normal set, but I map my tempo to my global tempo to a knob on my APC 40, or you could do that on whatever controller you're using, and so you can slowly nudge up and down in a musical way, or really quickly. Those are the two general ways. Isaac, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I got two little advanced tricks for you guys. One of them would be what Ian was showing with the BPM name, except for keep in mind that you have half timing. So when he was at 72, he could slightly move down to 60 or around there, and then start this track, they'll hold it in A at 60 BPM, or actually it'd be like 70 or something around there. And then you would have another version of the clip, which is back to the 128 BPM speed, so it's like doubled. And then you go back into your 128. That's a great way to know that you don't have to be stuck with these gigantic jumps, that you can kind of use halftime. The second thing is there are some Max for Live devices that make automatic movement between BPM, and they're useful when I want like a very smooth thing while I'm doing something else. That is an advanced trick. You're going to have to look into it, but just go to, I think it's maxforlife.com, and just look up BPM. You'll find a few, and you can play with the ones that work for you. But yeah, between the scene labeling and doing it manually and max, you should be good to go.
Yeah, really good point, Isaac, about the half and double thing. Like, I mean, so much music is at 70 or 140 or so it's that's a really good I mean, hip hop, so much hip hop is at 90 BPM, and then drum and bass is at in the 170s, 180s, almost double it. So that's a good way of mixing them without having to actually be doing crazy stuff with your global tempo.
Yep. Excellent. Good call, guys. Well, do you guys do you have any kind of roundup stuff that you want to go through quickly? I mean, I know you have the course launching next week. I don't know if there's anything that you just kind of want to add in quick before we switch over to Mr. Vespers here.
Yeah, I can kind of just close out. So Ian was showing this like very basic template and moving us into the basic ideas of how to get rolling, and that was totally awesome. Really liked it, Ian. And in the course, we go super in depth in all of this, and we expand. Like when we were talking about BPM movement, Ian has a whole thing about moving between BPMs, different tips and tricks. Then we go into different ways that you can organize your clips through clip packs and naming structure, and we answer everything that we could think of, and we've been doing this for a long time. So, and they're very succinct, very small videos that give you the answer right away, because I know nothing is worse than looking on the internet for hours trying to answer one silly question. So please join us. I think it's going to blow your mind. At least we've been trying for over a year to make it blow your mind, and it's fantastic knowledge, really succinct. So thanks for being on this call, and I'm good. If you have something else, Ian.
No, that's what I was going to say. So yeah, thanks for listening, guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Definitely hit us up with any questions, via email.
Yeah, and one last thing,
and the Facebook
have fun
page,
DJing, guys. Just do it. It's totally fun. Have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, guys. So we are on to Mr. Vespers here. Vespers.
So do I need to hit stop showing my screen, Andrew?
Not quite yet. We're just going to wait for
okay.
for Vespers to hop on and wrest control from you.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I'm here, and I should be able to just go and change presenter to myself. Okay. And I'm just going to select my screen and show screen. You guys should be able to see an Ableton Live set now.
Yep, it is up there.
Okay, I'm just going to do a quick audio check, Andrew, if you could let me know if this comes through. Yep. Okay, good. Great, guys. So I think this is going to be a really awesome segue. Isaac and Ian have covered traditional DJing inside of Live, and I'm going to build on what they've talked about, and I'm going to show you inside of my exact set that I used to perform last year at Shambhala Music Festival. I think a lot of times the best ways to teach are to show you real life, real world situations, and what I do is a little bit different. This set is more of what I would call a live performance. It has a DJing component of it as well. It's the majority of the tunes here are my own originals, and then I've got some other tunes that I really liked as well added in. But I've also got a live saxophone and a live wind-driven synthesizer that I'm integrating into that. And I'm also using some third-party glitch effects and some more advanced audio effect racks that I use to do spot effects and creative mixing with. So this is a setup that I've built over the last 4 years, and I've just continued building tools for it and evolving it. And this is where it's at right now. It's something I'm going to continue using and continue adding to. But what you guys are going to see is a snapshot in time from this last summer where I used this to perform. If anybody would like to actually, this set was recorded, and if anybody wants to actually just check out and grab the recording, I have that. It's up on the Shambhala Music Festival website. And here it is. If you just search for Vespers Shambhala 2014, you'll find this. there's a SoundCloud player where you can check it out. This is the Grove stage where I was playing. It was pretty sweet. It was on a big Function 1 sound system that they'd brought up from Portland, Oregon. And it was a real pleasure to play on a system of that caliber. It's one of the things I like about playing on large festivals. And yeah, if you guys want to check the mix out, you can hear it there. But we're going to get back into the actual set. So here's the inner workings. So let me just quickly give you a flow through of what we're going to cover today. So we're going to cover how I've prepared the tracks and the template for this set. We're going to talk about the equipment that I'm using, and we're going to talk about how I set up my individual tracks, the gain staging, the live tracks that I'm using for mics and line inputs from the other instruments that I'm playing. We're going to talk about a little bit about harmonic mixing. Isaac and Ian touched on that a bit, but we're going to build on that concept. I'm going to show you how I do it. And we're going to talk about inside of the clips themselves, some of the things that you can do. You saw a little bit about how you can set a clip to loop and things like that inside of Ian and Isaac's presentation. I'm going to show you some things that I do there. We're going to talk about how to create CDJ style cue points using audio tracks within Live. And then I'm going to show you the devices that I use inside the set that help me to mix, that are a lot more than just using line faders and low mids and highs. I'm using audio effect racks and a third-party plugin from Sugar Bytes called Artillery, which allows you to do some really sweet spot effects, stutters, and all kinds of glitch mayhem. So that's what we're going to cover today. I'm going to do my best to cover all of that, but I only have an hour, so let's get started. So you can see we have my project laid out into, I call it master left and master right. These are just my decks, my deck A and my deck B, like Isaac and Ian were using. I don't use the crossfader inside of Live. Every person has their own workflow, and mine happens to be a little bit different. I actually mix with my line faders like this. So if I'm mixing a track in, I'll start with this line fader down. I'll bring the line fader up using a MIDI controller, and then I'll bring that line fader down. And it's a similar type of effect to using the crossfader. But for me, I found using the crossfader was, I shot myself in the foot a couple of times because inside of Live, a couple of times, my APC 40 got knocked in the middle of my set, and the crossfader was over here. And I launched a clip on this side, and I couldn't hear any audio. And I was like, well, the fader's up, and this, because I wasn't looking at the crossfader, kind of shot me in the foot there. So I don't really have a reason to use the crossfader. I don't do quick cuts or anything like that. I find I get really nice smooth mixes by using my line faders, and that's just my approach. So that's how I've set things up. So I've got deck A, deck B, and these are full stereo mix tracks. So these are mastered pieces of music here, and they're ones that I've prepared. So I believe very firmly in preparing all of your audio material in advance. I don't do any on-the-fly requests. I don't do any on-the-fly warping. I just think that introduces the possibility for error. And when you're being paid very well to play a gig for 2,000 or 3,000 people, you need to be putting in that work up front. You need to have practiced and rehearsed. You need to know the music that you're playing, because those are a lot of people to let down if you mess something up. I actually go to the extent of bringing with me, when I perform at gigs like that, I actually bring 2 complete DJ setups. I bring 2 laptops. I bring 2 sound cards. I bring 2 sets of MIDI controllers, 2 sets of audio cables, 2 sets of USB cables. And trust me, I've had to use them before. Not this last summer at Shambhala, but the summer before. In the middle of my set, I was playing in the afternoon on the amphitheater stage, or the rock pit stage at that point, and it was super sunny in the afternoon. I was playing from 3 until 4, and they didn't have appropriate shade cover over the DJ booth, and the sun started to heat up my equipment. And in the middle of, while I was playing for 2,000 people, my sound card started to overheat, and the audio went completely glitchy and stuttery. And so I had to hot swap on the fly into using my second sound card and whatnot. And if I wasn't prepared to do that, I would have had to stop playing. It would have just been dead air. So for gigs like that, I believe really, really firmly in pre-preparation and taking the gigs really seriously. So that's definitely helped me in the past. And I spend, if I'm making an hour-long set, for example, that's been at least 16 hours of preparation into the set, not just warping the tracks, but getting familiar with them, setting up points where I'm going to be mixing, getting the tracks labeled in key and things like that. So definitely a lot of setup goes into creating the sets. So you'll see here that I have my clips in here, which are my tracks. They're all color coded and they're labeled. And I labeled them based on a few things. I labeled them based on the BPM of the track first, right there. So you can see this tune, one of my originals called Trunk Monkey, is 80 BPM. And then I label it with the key. And this particular tune is in G. And you see G/A because any tracks that are labeled orange like this are tracks where I can play saxophone over top of them. So I play tenor sax. You can see here's the tenor sax input right here. And I label it both in the key and concert pitch and in the key for the tenor saxophone. So the tenor saxophone is a B flat instrument, and B flat is 2 semitones below concert pitch. So if I'm in G in concert pitch, then A is the key for the tenor saxophone. So where you see I have slashes there as far as the key, it's because I'm labeling it so I know exactly which key it's in for the sax. Now, Ian and Isaac were talking about using mixed in key. It's a very, very cool piece of software. It can automatically detect the tempo and the key for you. I'm a bit more old school in that respect because I'm a jazz musician and I'm trained to detect the key of things by ear. So I will go through and I actually put in a MIDI track next to the tunes, and then I just figure out what key it's in by playing a synth like analog next to it. And I'm like, oh, okay, oh, boom, 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 that's in the key of G minor. Of course, with my own music, it's really easy because I made it. I know which key it's in. But for other people's tunes, you can see here I have a remix that Bondax did of No Diggity, and that's in G or A for the saxophone. And I had to detect that key by just using my ears. So the method you use is up to you. I just find it's quicker for me, and it's a more natural way for me just to play a keyboard next to it and figure out the key. But both approaches are really good. So I have the tempo, I have the key in concert pitch and for the sax, and then I also have them labeled with colors. And what green means is that's a tune that I'm going to play. There's not going to be sax over top of it. Orange is there's sax over top of it, or could be sax over top of it. I don't play sax over top of every one of these. You can play yourself out by doing that. But there are ones where I could play sax over top of them. And the pink track is one that has a loop point set up on it. So you can see I've labeled it in caps looped, and the very ending piece of this track has looping activated right here. And that is something that I'm going to show you a little bit later as to why I did that. So that's my personal color coding scheme. The other way that I've seen a lot of people color code their tracks inside of Live is they color code them based on key. So all the tracks in G might be orange, and all the tracks in A might be green, and all the tracks in F might be purple, and so on. That might help you as well. So the obviously all of the tracks are warped ahead of time. I meticulously warp all the tunes before I start playing, before I start the set, and that's pretty much how I set things up. So let's just go over the tracks that I have here. So I've got my deck A, my left turntable, my right turntable. Let's take a look at this for a second. So this is my sax in. So I've got a microphone that clips to the bell of my sax, and the equipment that I use for audio, the sound card, is an Apogee Duet. And the reason why I use Apogee for my live set is Apogee, over and above most sound card manufacturers, has some of the cleanest audio inputs and outputs. So it's got really nice DA and AD converters on them. A lot of sound cards have something that goes between the actual AD and DA converters and the actual outputs that stops pops and clicks if you, for example, ripped out the USB cable. But when you do that, you actually compromise a bit of the audio quality, whereas the Apogee doesn't have that. The AD and DA converters actually go straight. So the downside to those cards is if you ever have your computer crash on you, or you accidentally rip out the USB cable, you'll send a big pop through your speakers. But the upside is an increase in audio quality. So for me, I like to have the cleanest audio quality possible, especially on a big Function 1 sound system like that, because it's going to reveal everything. Like you do not play MP3s on a system like that. You'll be able to hear it like night and day. And warping already is degrading the quality of the audio by shifting the tempo with warping on. That's definitely taking some of the quality away. So I like to try and keep my signal chain as clear as possible. So I have an Apogee Duet that I use for my sound card, and it has 2 inputs and 2 outputs. So it also has a separate headphone mix. So like Isaac and Ian were talking about, you could use that for cueing, but I don't cue in my set because I'm playing primarily my own music. I know exactly how it sounds. I've rehearsed. I don't need to listen to things on the fly when I'm playing. And as a result, I don't need to have monitors on stage that are very loud either, because that helps to protect my hearing. So this is the sax input. So this is coming into input 1. You can see external in input 1 right here. And that's coming in via the XLR input for the Apogee Duet sound card. And then we have a second instrument that I play, and this is a live electronic wind synthesizer by Akai. It's called an Iwi, and I have a graphic of that. This is the Iwi. And what this is a 2 oscillator analog synth that you play using your breath. It's kind of like a cybernetic saxophone. And I use this to play synth sounds alongside my tracks where just to give an alternate sound to just playing the saxophone all the time. This particular instrument has over 100 built-in sounds. Some of them are really nice fat analog synth sounds. Some of them are more realistic acoustic sounding things like flutes and stuff like that. And it's just a really incredible instrument. And so I have that running into the live set as well. And that's where it's coming into this. So this would be running into input 2 on the Apogee. And this is a line level signal. This is a mic level signal. And those are the other instruments that I play with. Then we have these 2 MIDI tracks you see here. And these MIDI tracks are for artillery. Artillery, if you haven't seen it before, is a live glitch effects plugin from Sugar Bytes. And it is on each one of the channels here. So here's my signal chain on my actual track. So this is the master left. So this is my left turntable, virtual turntable. You can see the first thing I have is a utility plugin, gain staging down by 15 decibels. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is you'll notice here my line faders, they're not at 0 dB, they're all the way up at the top. They're at plus 6 dB. And normally, if you're playing a mastered limited track and you run your line fader at plus 6 dB, you're going to be spiking out and clipping your master out of live, which obviously is a huge no-no. So what I do here is I put gain stages down so I can simultaneously have both of these sides playing, like in the middle of a mix, and I'm not going to clip the master of live. Now, the reason why I have my line faders pushed to the very top is because I'm using an APC40 and an MPD32 from Akai to DJ with. Let me just show you those. Many of you will be familiar with them already, but here's my APC40 and here's my MPD32. Okay, so the APC40, I'm using these 2 first channels. They're labeled left and right. These first 2 channels are used for my left and right turntable. Then we have the sax, then we have the Iwi. Okay, and the reason why I have it all the way at the top is so you can do things like fader pops. Like if I need to stop the fader at 0 dB, I'm stopping the fader right about here. But you might not get that exact. And then your mixes might be a little bit off. Like the tactile control to get it just perfectly right here is pretty precise. Whereas when you have that fader slammed all the way to the top, it's just at the top. You can't go any further. So I just slam the faders right to the top, and I know I'm at full volume for that track. So that's why I gain stage everything down with the utility plugin. Okay, here's artillery. This is what artillery looks like. And I've made my own custom patch in here. And I've been working on this one for a long time, and it's got a whole bunch of spot effects. And what these are is they allow you to play using a MIDI controller, a MIDI input note. So in this case, I have the MPD32 is mapped out. So I'm using the MPD32 pads, and they're playing notes on the piano key roll like this. So I'm going to hit a pad on my MPD32, and you can see that piano note go down. Okay, that's triggering an effect that is on that MIDI key exclusively. Let's take a look at what effect that is. So you can see the effect right here is scratch looper, and that's a looping effect that will be enabled only when I'm pressing that drum pad down on the MPD32. So when I press this down, the effect goes on. When I let up on the pad, the effect goes off, and that's very different from a toggle style effect like you see in live. I like the ability to do these really nice spot momentary effects, and the artillery device here lets me do that. So I have a variety of these things that are all set up to do chops and stutters and reverses and turntable style stops and pitch risers and things like that, tonal delays, a lot of more advanced style effects that I've worked on. and I'm going to play them for you guys in a second. Then we have a audio effect rack, and you'll notice here I don't have any EQs on my tracks. And the reason for that is because I use a much more sophisticated set of effects to harmonically mix with. And I've got something called the Glitch Bitch, which is a audio effect rack I've been working on probably for about 4 or 5 years now, maybe 4 years. And it contains a whole variety of different effects, and you see they're labeled on the macro knobs. And they're a lot more than what you might see on the surface here. For example, this one just says reverb, but it's actually a combination of a variety of things: a reverb, a compressor, gain staging, and things like that to tailor these so that when the effects come on, they don't increase the actual volume. And I have this audio effect rack mapped out to the 8 knobs that you see on the APC40 and on the MPD32. So the audio effect rack on the left turntable is mapped out, the macro knobs, to these 8 knobs right here on the APC40, and they're hard mapped. It's not a relative mapping, so it doesn't matter what track I'm on the APC40, these will always be hard mapped to those exact effect slots. And then on the MPD32, I have these 8 knobs here mapped out to the right turntable and these 8 macro knobs like this, and they're hard mapped. And the reason for that is because I firmly believe when I'm DJing, I want to know that one knob always does the same consistent thing. You want to build muscle memory for me. And the whole thing that the APC40 does by default, which is relative to whatever you're looking at, whatever track you have active, that doesn't really work for me because I don't know if I want to just really quickly reach down and I want to high pass filter something. I want to know that knob is always going to be my high pass filter. That's why I do hard mappings. Versus if I was on another track, it might be controlling something completely different. So let's quickly have a listen to what this does. So I'm going to fire off this track here, this Trunk Monkey track, and I'm gonna fire off some things inside of our artillery using the MPD32. Okay, so let's get this track going. And that started actually too fast. I have a scene launch here with BPM. So that's going to start it at 82 BPM, which is where we want that track to be. So let's go again. So we heard there I have a stutter effect, and then I have different tempos of stutter effects. So I have a different one down here. Okay, so those are different tempos of stutter effects. And then I also have other types of things like that tonal delay, and I have turntable style stops and reverses. So I'm just going to play a few of those for you now. Okay, so those are all momentary effects inside of Live that I can play using my fingers on that drum pad controller, which gives me just an incredible amount of control. And I can do crazy live edits. I could literally remix something on the fly just using those drum pads. And in this case, I can't do anything too crazy because streaming to the webinar, I have to have my buffer size up at 512, and the latency is just way too high for me to actually do a legit live performance. But when you see me perform live, my latency is down at like 0.6 seconds, so or actually lower, 6 milliseconds or so input output latency. So it's really a different feel when you don't have to have your buffer size up that high. So let's talk about how I'm routing things to Artillery, because Artillery is just an amazing plugin. And you'll notice that Artillery is reading an input signal, but it's not reading it from MIDI mapping. So how I'm doing that is I'm using these two ghost MIDI tracks. So these MIDI tracks, you can see it says drop an instrument or sample here. They don't have a device on them. These are just blank MIDI tracks. You can see I'm using the inputs and the outputs area right here to route the MIDI from the MPD32 to the Artillery instances. So we can see I'm reading the MIDI input from the MPD32, and then I have left and right because I have two instances of artillery. I have an artillery on the right turntable as well. And I differentiate between those because I can glitch and stutter them separately that way. So how I've done this is I've used MIDI channel 1 and MIDI channel 2 inside of the MPD32. So if we take a look back at our MPC32, you can see we have pad banks. We have A, B, C, and D. So pad bank A sends on MIDI channel 1. Pad bank B sends on MIDI channel 2. So I simply go, this is my left turntable, this is my right turntable. Easy peasy. So you can see MIDI channel 1, MIDI channel 2, and I'm sending the MIDI now to master left, which is this track. And from the drop-down menu underneath there, I have artillery. So I'm choosing artillery as the input. And then master right, and then artillery. So that's how I've done the MIDI routings. And these need to be record enabled so that you can actually route the MIDI through. See, if I don't have these record enabled, and I take a look at artillery, I can be pressing and nothing's happening. So that's artillery, and it's just a killer instrument. By the way, anybody who wants to get artillery, if you go to Warp Academy and you are logged in and you go to my dashboard, you will see on the right-hand side of your dashboard, student discounts right here. And you'll see we have a whole sweet student discounts page that you can get if you're a member of Warp Academy. And one of those things is 20% off of Sugar Bytes plugin. So you could go and get artillery for 20% off using this coupon code right here. So just a little heads up for you guys on that. Okay, let's go back over to the live project. So that covers, how I set up my tracks, the overview of the set, and the equipment that I'm using. I guess the one thing I haven't talked about is what type of computer I use, but I use a Retina MacBook Pro running an SSD, and yeah, it's been a good computer for live performance. Okay, so now we're going to get into taking a look inside of the actual clips. So I've used a gain stage point here to knock the volume down so that I'm not clipping my master. But I also want to point out on my master, I typically do play with a limiter on. And a lot of people ask about that. They're like, should I have a limiter on my master bus? Should I not? Why would I want to have one on? Why wouldn't I? And I just want to speak to that real quick. A limiter on your master bus can help if you have a momentary slip up or you have something that spikes the volume temporarily. That can be really useful because it'll prevent you going into digital clipping. And the reason why I play with a limiter on is, for example, if I started to get feedback on my sax mic, or if I dropped the sax mic or somebody knocked my saxophone over and there was a big pop from the mic that went through the system, that's the reason why I would want to have that on there. If something got messed up temporarily with the gain stages on my tracks, it just helps to provide a little bit of extra protection. Or if there was a slight spike in levels because two kick drums were hitting at the same time while I was in the middle of a mix, then it can be useful just to catch the odd little tiny peak there. But I don't have the limiter being triggered at all when I'm playing if I'm doing everything right. It's just there as a little safety. And the reason why I would never have the limiter being triggered is because all of the music I'm playing is already mastered. So it's been crushed through a limiter. And if you take a set and you run your audio tracks all at full volume like this, and you're running without gain stages, and you're running those tracks together and you're mixing them, those frequencies are going to build up, and you're going to be pushing into your limiter. You're going to be getting gain reduction off your limiter, and that is going to absolutely destroy the sound quality of your mix. So if you need to have more volume out of your set, then get the sound engineer to turn up the sound system or turn up the channel that you're plugged into on the DJ mixer, if that's what you're doing. Now, some people might slap a limiter on there because they're too lazy to do proper gain staging, and shame on you if you do that. Don't ever do that. That's the worst. It's just the worst. So take the time and set up your gain stages on your tracks, get your levels just right, and you should never be hitting the limiter. And that's kind of my 2 cents on limiting when it comes to playing mastered music. Now let's take a look inside the clips. So if we look at the clip view, you can see here I actually have additional gain staging that's happening. I'm running this particular clip at negative 1.95 dB. Okay, but if you take a look at these other ones, you see this one here, this is at 0 dB. Take a look at this one, this is at 2 dB. So why might I be doing that? Those are additional gain stages. And the answer to that is relative loudness of those tunes. So each piece of music that you're going to be DJing with is going to have a different level of relative loudness because they're mastered differently. So the more you crush something into a limiter, the louder it's going to be. And you can't expect that every track that's been mastered is all going to be mastered to the same standards. So you have some tracks that even though they're peaking, they're all peaking at 0 dB. One is going to sound a lot louder than the other. And when you're mixing those together, that can result in a really terrible sounding mix, unless you're using your ears on the fly and you're able to gain stage and adjust that on the fly. But I don't like leaving things to circumstance like that. Again, if I'm booked to play a gig for 2,000 people, you better believe that I've dialed in all of my gains on my tracks ahead of time because I want the performance to be seamless. So that's why I've done that here. Is this particular track, Trunk Monkey, is a bit louder than Raise Your Head. And this track, Hexadecibel, is a little quieter than Raise Your Head. So I have it pushing up. So that's why I've done what I've done here. So let me just show you, an example of one of the mixes. Now you'll notice here that, and this is something else I wanted to talk about, is harmonic mixing. So you see here, this track is in G. See the very next track that I'm going to mix into, Raise Your Head, is also in G. And it's going to be very, very important for me to be mixing in key tracks here because I am going to be overlaying the tracks. I'm not going to be drop mixing things. And these tracks are both highly melodic. They have a lot of tonal content in them. And if I'm mixing a track in G into a track in C, for example, it's going to sound terrible. It's going to sound really amateur. So let me show you an example of one of the mixes that I've laid out for this set. You'll notice here as well, I have the loop brace set in Trunk Monkey, but I do not have looping activated. You might ask yourself, well, why are you doing that? This is acting to me as a visual indicator of where to start the mix. So this is an 8-bar segment right here. We can see we go from 89 to 97. This is 8 bars, and I know that as the track approaches here, this is where I've indicated to myself I should start the mix. And again, I rehearse my mixes in advance so that they're going to harmonically match with each other and they're going to blend together really nicely. I don't do this kind of stuff on the fly. So let's go ahead and fire off this Trunk Monkey track, and I'll show you an example of how I mix it into this one in key. Okay, so that's the most basic form of mix that I would do here. We can see this one was just triggered. It comes in full volume, but I don't know if you guys picked up on this, but to me, this one sounded pretty loud and it kind of hit really abruptly when it came in. So I'm going to show you how I use my audio effect rack to be able to allow me to blend in the way something mixes. So I use this instead of EQs to be able to shave out frequencies and add depth to a sound and to mix in a more three-dimensional way than mixing just using line faders, crossfaders, and a set of EQs. So you can see here I've got a low-pass filter, I've got a high-pass filter, and I've got a ping-pong delay, and I've got a reverb. Those are all useful tools. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the knobs right now on my MPD32, and I'm going to use these knobs to be able to set up this track to begin the mix. So I'm going to take the low-pass filter, I'm going to turn that down to shave out the highs. I'm going to take the high-pass filter, and I'm going to turn that up to shave out the lows. Okay, so now let's listen to what this track sounds like on its own. So it really thins it out. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn up this big reverb, and this is going to wash out the sound of this track, and it's going to use the three-dimensional mix space to push this track that I'm going to be mixing in way back in the mix. So it's going to keep this one nice and front and center and in your face, and this one's going to feel like it's further away. Let's listen to that. Okay, so that's how I would set up the track before I start mixing it in. So now let's try that mix again and I'll adjust these while I'm playing and we're mixing. Okay. Oops, I have a MIDI mapping conflict with this one. See, it pushed up the ping pong delay on this track, so I'm just going to turn off that audio effect rack for the time being, just while we do this mix. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, so we have this track is now in. It's at full volume. It's 100% dry as far as I've eliminated the high pass and low pass filters and the reverb, and that was a much smoother mix than I would have achieved just by using line fader and a low EQ to cut out the bottom of the track. So this glitch bitch is a absolutely invaluable tool when it comes to doing three-dimensional, more sophisticated mixing with the songs. And this is one of the many reasons why I like Ableton Live, because I don't need to worry about beat matching the tracks. I can focus instead on doing higher caliber mixes using these types of tools. So that's an example of in-key mixing and how I would blend those two tracks together using a more sophisticated audio effect rack. Now, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some of the other effects inside of this rack. Okay, I'm just going to fire off this track, and I'm going to play with some of the effects that are in the glitch bitch here. Okay, so that's pretty interesting, but what gets even more interesting is when you use these effects in tandem with each other and then in tandem with the artillery. So you can see what I've done is I've placed the glitch bitch very strategically after artillery. So to give you an example of that, I could take artillery and I could use the looper to stutter and loop a portion of that audio from this track. And then I could use the effects inside of the glitch bitch to be able to affect those further. So let's fire that track off again. I'm going to skip a bit further in the track so we get to a heavier section, okay?
As we come out of the darkness, as our consciousness arrives, we'll stay through the twilight and hold to our minds. The truth does not stop moving, but the fear and hate will die. So pray, 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 pray.
I actually just realized I need to quickly remap a couple of things on here. So let me just change the MIDI mappings. There we go. Okay, let's fire off that track again.
As we come out of the darkness, as our consciousness arrives, we'll stay. The truth does not stop moving. So pray for our lives and lift your hands high and rise. 'Cause I'm right there with you.
So you can get very interesting interactions between those two devices and also within the glitch bitch itself. So one of the ones that I like the best is running the high pass filter with the reverb together, and potentially even the bit crusher, and you can get some really neat sounding stuff there. Let's skip a little further ahead.
For another day that I let go, and I can make this go away, but I don't know. It's like a light that could rain on my window.
Okay, so that's the artillery effect. That's the glitch bitch plugin. So I'm going to turn these guys off for now. And one of the other things I wanted to show you, we were talking in the previous presentation about doing wide spanning BPM changes. And if you look at the tempos in this track, you'll see I've got a lot of different tempo ranges. You can see some of my stuff in the intro is 80 BPM. You can see we go up to the more 100 BPM mid tempo stuff. And then we drop right back down into hip hop tempo, and we get down into the 80s and the 70s again. And that's where we finish up the set. And I just want to show you how I go about doing those. So first things first, as Ian had pointed out, I have the scene launch area up here, and I have these color coded. Anything in this light blue color is going to launch that scene with a BPM encoded into it. So let's say I have the BPM mistakenly at 100. And if I want to start my set, watch what the BPM does right here as I fire this scene. It immediately switches to 82 BPM, and anything that has BPM in the title of the scene will do that. Now you'll see this one I also have color coded, but it doesn't have BPM in the scene. So if I fire that off, watch what happens. So it says 100, but there's no BPM. And the reason why I've done that is because this is a manual tempo change that I'm going to do myself. So as I move from this song right here, Raise Your Head, into this next song, Thunderpickle, I'm going to do a tempo shift. So let's go ahead and take a look at actually, no, the tempo shift is going to happen as I move into the I Love Go-Go Dancers tune. So we're going to be on the hexadecibel track right now, and then we're going to mix into the Go-Go Dancers tune. And the way I have that set up is, again, similar to what Ian and Isaac do. On my APC 40, I have this knob right here, Q level, mapped out to tempo of the set. And I have that mapped out and range restricted, so it only goes down to about 55 BPM, and it only goes up to a maximum of 105. So I'm going to take my Q knob, I'm going to move it down. You can see it goes down to 55 BPM, and it goes all the way up to 105, but it doesn't go beyond that because that's the only tempo range I need in the set. And I don't want to use the entire tempo range of live. That would be ridiculous. So I have much more fine control over the tempo. So let's go back to where hexadecibel is sitting at about 80 BPM right here. And let's fire this off. And you see, again, I have my loop brace set up so I know when to start mixing. So let's go ahead and get this track going. And then I'm going to mix into the Go-Go Dancers tune and manually increase the tempo. So you can hear the way I've timed that is as soon as the Go-Go Dancers tune drops heavy, right there at 17, that's exactly where this track ends. So I've timed this perfectly so that these two gel together really well, and I tested it in advance to see if when I do that wide swing in tempo, if that is going to sound bad or good. And in this case, it sounded good. So I made that tempo shift there. Okay, now there's another way to make a dramatic tempo shift where it might not work in this situation. So this is another good example. This tune right here, the Go-Go Dancers tune, I have the ending of that tune looped. So if we look here, you can see I have looping engaged, and let's just listen to that.
Drum beats go like, go like, go like, go like, go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like, go like, go like.
Okay, but let's say I wanted to mix this tune, which is in 98 BPM, and it's in D. Let's say I wanted to mix that all the way into a tune like this one, Odessa's Open Wound remix, which is 70 BPM. That's a huge tempo shift, right? So let's put ourselves right now into 98 BPM, okay? And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to fire off the ending of the Go-Go Dancers track. And just watch how I do this with the looping.
Drum beats go like, go like, go like, go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like, go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like, go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like, go like, go like. Drum beats go like,
Okay, so I've used the massive tempo shift there. I've eased that by using a common theme. So we have that drum beats go like, go like, go like ending of the Go-Go Dancers tune, and we have that acting as a common theme tying together in the same key into the Odessa track, which is 30 BPM slower. And then as I started to mix out of the Go-Go Dancers tune, I used the glitch bitch and I started removing frequencies, adding ambiance to it with the reverb and with the ping pong delay to start to push that back in the three-dimensional mix space and have it sound like it's moving further away from us. And that's a way to do huge tempo shifts while also simultaneously mixing in key and using three-dimensional mix techniques. Okay, so I think we've covered a good portion of what I wanted to cover, and we're sitting here at about 10 minutes to 3 o'clock. So maybe I think it would be a good time to head into some questions so I can make sure I cover some stuff that you guys want to hear. So Andrew, are you kicking around?
Yep, I am. So I have a quick text question to start here, and then I'm going to go and curate some of the audio ones. The first text question is from Alex. Alex, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name. I'll probably butcher it, so I'll just give it a go. Alex Musemiki? Alex. Anyway, Alex is asking, he's wondering what kind of effects you run on your saxophone when playing live.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Let me show you exactly what I have. So for the first thing I'll say is the saxophone is something that I've dialed in over a series of years as well, and it took me quite a while to really get a good setup that works really well. And so this is the audio effect rack that you're looking at now that I include on my sax. So the very first thing we have is an EQ8 in oversampling mode, and we're cutting out the lows below 200 hertz. So that's getting rid of a lot of the microphone rumble and things like that you hear. Like when I have my sax on stage, I'm usually sitting on top of about 100,000 watts worth of bass bins, and you better believe that comes through the mic. So I turn my saxophone on and off like this using the record arm button, but even when the mic is on, it's still getting some rumble through. So that's what this is designed to do, is just remove all the lows. You can see I'm running a high shelf here at 10K just to give it a little bit of air, help that cut through the mix just a bit right there, a couple dB. Sorry, at 3.7K. So that's running on the highs of the sax and boosting that up a little bit. I don't ever really use distortion on the saxophone, it sounds really good clean, but I'm just using a little bit of analog clip from Saturator here to just to dirty up the signal just a little bit. So I have the analog clip waveform, which is very mild. I have 2 dB of drive. I'm gain staging it down by 2 dB to make up for the drive, and I'm running at 50% in the mix, so it's a parallel effect. I absolutely love the glue compressor on the sax, so you'll see that's what I'm using here. I've got the attack dialed back a little bit. I've got a very short release, so it's going to spring back up, 4-to-1 ratio. The threshold was very, very, very specific to get that dialed in. I do that in the studio ahead of playing, and I have it running 100%. I don't have this one in parallel, so it's compressing the full signal. Then I have a gain stage point here, and this one's critical because if I'm playing over a track that is louder, as in it's been limited more, then I find I need to boost my saxophone level, whereas if I'm playing over a track that's a little quieter, I can afford to gain stage this down a little bit. So that's kind of a gain stage point for me on the saxophone. And you'll notice I put this after the compressor, and that's really important because if I'm messing with gain stages before the compressor, then it's just going to be fighting with the compressor. So it's important to put the gain stage after the compressor in that area. And then I'm running into a reverb and a delay. So I just have a fairly mild amount of reverb on here. I have the high cut and low cut filters activated to small up the signal so it's not muddying up the mix. I have 1.2 seconds and it's running 22% in the mix, a little bit of high diffusion coming down to help the high end decay a little faster just to darken up the reverb a bit. And then I have a simple delay running linked, so it's a mono delay, and it's running on the quarter note, and it's synced to host tempo. So as I change tempo, the delay tempo is going to change. And I have a little bit of feedback and a little bit of wet dry, and that just helps the saxophone to gel in the mix a little bit. Now I actually have the recording of this set over here in arrangement view. So let me just go back to arrangement and let me find a piece of the set so I can actually play the saxophone for you, and you can actually hear what it sounds like. So here's the recording of the saxophone. Okay, so let me just fire off the set in this area, and let's re-enable automation so we get the tempo right. And let's just listen to this sax passage here for you. Okay, there's the sax and kind of how I mix it. You can kind of see how the compressor's working there. It's not working too hard. It's just shaving off the odd peak here and there. And yeah, it's a fairly minimal effects chain. Really, a lot of the effects that I'm using on it are pretty gentle. The saxophone sounds really good when it's clean, so I'm leaving it pretty clean.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move on to an audio question here. We're gonna start off with Mr. Owen Ferguson. Owen, can you hear us okay?
Hi there. I just had a question about if you're playing live with instruments. I know you can with the looper, like set it to like a 2-bar, 4-bar, 8-bar. To when it's done, it starts looping again. But can you do that in session view just with the clip slots? Like if you record arm a clip, is there a way to set it to just like loop a 4-bar passes that you play after you're done, so you don't have to re-click on the clip and then crop it and edit it?
So I use Looper for what I do, and I believe that that's the best way to do things within Live. So I can show you how I set up Looper, and then you can actually take audio from Looper and put it into a clip in session view once you've recorded it. So I'll just show you quickly how I set that up. So I use Looper for the sax, and I put it after the effects, and I have it set to record. You can set the number of bars you want to have it record for. I usually record for 4 bars myself, and then you can see after it records 4 bars, it's then going to, and I put it into playback. So it's going to record 4 bars, then it's going to immediately move into playback. And then if I want to toggle it back into overdub mode like that, I can use that button right there at that point. So that's how I set up my looper. I also go song control none and follow song tempo. That way, if I record something into the looper, it's never going to adjust the tempo of my live set. But once you have audio inside of the looper, let's say we go to the saxophone here and we isolate a section. We'll put on the snap to loop brace, okay? And let's just go ahead and record something into the looper. Let's see if this is going to work for us. We might have to play the set already. Let's just go here. Let's clear that, okay? And okay, so now it's got something in the looper buffer, and you're going to be able to hear that when we go to play. So you've got audio in the looper buffer. Now if we go back to session, like so, you'll see this right here. It says drag me. I can actually take that and I can drag that audio clip out of the looper and into audio clip slot within session view. You can click on that. You can see here's the actual sax audio. So then I can manipulate and do things with that if I want to. The other really neat thing you can do inside of Looper is you can reverse audio that's in there. So if we put this on solo and we go to play. You can also divide the tempo by 2 and multiply the tempo by 2, which are really interesting editing possibilities as well. So pretty neat stuff you can do if you really get deep into Looper. But I usually use Looper in my sets on the sax, and I'll use it to record little 4-bar segments so I can play over top of myself, and it'll sit in here in the signal chain when I'm set up to do that. So I'm not sure if that exactly answered your question, but
yeah, pretty close. I was just thinking if you could just like somehow like if there was a keyboard shortcut when you just record arm one of those slots and then it'd just be 4 bars, then you could just move down to the next slot and record another 4 bars and just like kind of go in those slots, and then you could skip to different instruments a little quicker. But if that's not possible, then yeah, the looper will work for that.
Yeah, I think the looper is a much more sophisticated, streamlined way to do exactly that. And I would recommend using Looper, I think, to try and use little audio clip slots to be able to do that on the fly. I think you'd be missing out on the power of Looper if you wanted to do that. But I mean, you can sit there and you can record arm different. You can press record on different clips and whatnot. But it's a little harder to do on the fly because with Looper you can just set your controls here to correspond to a foot switch, and it's set up so that foot switch will do different things depending on the number of taps that you give it. And that's really awesome. Like if I'm playing audio out of Looper and I double tap the foot switch, it's going to stop Looper. And you can't do that with clip slots inside of Session View.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet. All right. Cool question, Owen.
Yeah.
All right. So I have another audio question here. Let me just dig it up. And it's from Symphony again.
Nice.
Symphony, are you there?
Hello,
Hi,
Symphony.
yes, I'm here.
Hey.
Hello again.
Hello.
I have a couple questions, but I'm not sure if I should ask the second one. But I'll ask the first one. How do you do to have the best sound possible if your tracks are not mastered separately? Like if you want to mix your own music and it's not mastered, but you still want to play live in big systems, how do you make it sound just clear enough and good enough for a big sound system?
Sure.
If
Yeah.
it's not mastered.
Absolutely. Well, I actually personally believe that in most cases, playing unmastered material on a large sound system is going to sound better than mastered material anyways, because mastered material, you have to keep in mind, it's been crushed through a limiter, and that's taking out valuable dynamic range, and you're sacrificing audio quality, really, and you're running more digital processes on it, and all of those digital processes are going to introduce either aliasing or they're going to introduce a degradation in the audio quality. Every time a computer does math on audio, it's imprecise and you're going to sacrifice something. So
Yeah.
if you're going to play unmastered material on a PA, you can absolutely do that. It's just going to require communication with the sound tech that's running that PA. So you would let them know well ahead that you're planning on playing unmastered material, and
Right.
it would be up to you to do all of the gain staging. So that's the thing, is you have to gain stage all your music properly. But then what the sound tech is going to do is the sound tech is going to run that stuff through his or her own mastering chain on the actual PA, which could include compression, EQ, or limiting, or all of them. The other approach is, if you're playing unmastered material, you could also run your own relatively mild mastering chain on your output of live, and you could effectively master on the fly. Now, the
Yeah.
downside to that is you have a single mastering chain and multiple tracks. So those each track inside of live is going to require different settings for mastering. So things like thresholds and EQ frequencies and things like that are going to need to shift from track to track. So that's not a great way of doing it either. So maybe, you know, if you do your best, you do a really good job of getting the loudness, getting the mixes right, and getting the gain stages all dialed on the tracks that you're going to be playing, so that they're fairly consistent. And then the engineer who's running the sound system is running a bit of compression, maybe a brick wall limiter to catch the occasional overage. Then that might be a way to do it as well. But if your mixes are off and your gain stages are off and your volume's going all over the place, then it's going to make it real difficult for that engineer to do their job. So it's definitely, it's a little bit more dicey than playing mastered material, but it has some upside to it.
If I could throw in 2 cents as well,
Of course.
if you don't mind. One of the things that because I play a lot of home mastered music and a lot of unmastered music as well. One of the things that I make a point of doing is, whenever I get the opportunity to do a sound check on another system, I take a kind of mental picture of what my music sounds like at home, and I know really well how my home system favors or prejudices against certain frequencies. And then I go and I listen to what the system actually sounds like, and I try and kind of bear in mind what that system favors, because there's going to be certain points where you're not playing on the most amazing system in the world. And so I might approach a sound engineer at the start of a show and just say, as Vespers mentioned, communication is key. I'll go up and I'll say, I'm going to be playing a bunch of home mastered music tonight. I know that I favor sub bass. I know that you'll encounter a lot of sub in my music around this range. So just bear that in mind, and if you need to EQ accordingly, go for it. So I think it's there's a lot of different things to kind of keep track of when you're trying to prep music for playing out. But communicating that with your sound engineer is really, really paramount. And so long as you're straightforward about what frequencies might be a problem, and tell them to really watch the low end, or say that some of your music might be a little shrill in the high end or something like that, then it makes for a much better experience for everybody.
Yeah, that definitely responds to my question. Thank you.
Awesome. Yep, you're welcome, Symphony. Andrew, I'm just going to take a text question that I'd noted down earlier from Nathan Heiberg. He had to leave before the last session started, and he just asked me if I could respond to this text question from him during our session. So what Nathan had asked was, he said, I've been using turntables, digital turntables, during my shows for the past 15 years. It's the way I'm most comfortable with and the way I have the most fun. However, I'm very interested in integrating live into my live shows. Will there be any upcoming classes on the bridge? And do you know any helpful, aka legit, sources to learn more? So at this point, actually, we try and build our courses, Nathan, from the ground up, so that we're not starting from the top down. We like to give our students a foundation to build on. So we always do our courses and roll out our curriculum based on the ground level stuff first. So for somebody who's interested in learning the basics of DJing inside of live, there is Ian and Isaac's course. And I don't believe they go into the bridge in that course. The bridge is more advanced. So that's something that I expect will be coming down the road maybe in the next year. We don't have anything hard planned at the moment, but that is one of the next steps, is to get into some of the more advanced stuff. So we don't have anything quite at the moment, nor am I familiar with any particularly good sources to learn from. But if I come across anything, rest assured, I'll let you know.
Sweet. I do have one more kind of quick and easy to answer text question here from Sage, asking if you have any problems with latency when playing sax live.
That's an excellent question. Latency is critical when you're playing live, and I do not have problems with latency playing live, and the reason for that is because I'm using audio drivers and audio equipment that is designed for very, very low latency. If you have more than 10 milliseconds of total latency in your system, input and output latency together, then it's going to sound real sluggish and it's going to be really hard for you to perform. I usually try and target my latency settings around 6 milliseconds or below. And in order to do that, I find I need to set my buffer size for my live sets to 64 samples. And that's what works for me. My computer stays stable. It doesn't overdrive the CPU. I don't get any glitches in my audio, and everything's peachy. Not all sound cards and systems are capable of having a buffer size that's that low, and that could result in a lot of artifacts. So if you are lowering your buffer size and you start to experience artifacts, then you need to raise your buffer size, and you may need to get either a faster computer, different driver, different audio card. So for me, I'm running a pretty much a brand new MacBook Pro that's spec'd out with an i7 and an SSD and 16 gigs of RAM. So usually I don't run into any overhead issues at all with my systems, but I'm definitely careful with what I put in my live set. So you can see this live set is not very complex. I'm using mostly Live's built-in devices, and I'm using the only third-party plugin I'm using is Artillery. And that's because I like my live sets to be very simplistic and very stable, because simplicity equals low latency and low CPU. So yeah, I've just had to learn how to configure live in my live sets properly to be able to achieve that low latency. Otherwise, there's no way I could play my sax.
For sure. Sweet. Well, I think we are kind of at a point where we can round up a Saturday and let everybody get on to making some music. We've got a couple giveaways to do. Vespers, would you like to handle these, or do you want me to handle them? Or
if you could handle those, that'd be great. If you want to, I'm not sure what your process is, using a random number generator and using that to find somebody in the list. But I can do some wrap up things and some announcements, maybe just while you do that in the background.
Sure. I'll let you know what we're giving out first. The first thing I'm going to give out is going to be 1 month of our producer membership, which is super good. It'll give you access to the tutorial library, including the Synthesis 101 course and a ton of different other resources. So it's a really good way of getting familiar with Live. And the second one that I'm going to give out is going to be a free course of your choice. So very nice kind of high value one there. So you can pick and choose whatever you want, and yeah, get cracking on making some tunes. So
nice one. Awesome, Andrew. Great. Well, huge thanks to everybody for joining us today. This is wrapping up our second session for the symposium. And I just want to point out a couple of things. We've had a lot of questions from people about how they access the recordings from these sessions, because we are recording them. So I just wanted to quickly cover that for everybody who's here. So keep in mind, we do need a few days to be able to transcode and then upload and host these video files. They're very large video files. We're talking about 4 hours of content today. So we will post these on Wednesday this coming week. And where you will go in Warp Academy to find those is you first have to log into the site. Once you log into the site, you click on My Library right here. And that's going to take you to the area of the site that shows everything that you have purchased or gotten for free. Okay, so you go down from courses, you can see all the courses in here, and you go down to webinars. And you need to find the webinar that you signed up for. And in this case, this is the Symposium Fall 2014. Okay, you click on that, and you see the regular Symposium webinar page. You see all of our workshops. And if you go down to the very bottom, you'll see session recordings, okay? And a lot of people have missed this. I think they maybe just haven't scrolled to the bottom. So this is last week's recording. It's been posted here in a streaming Vimeo player. You can click it, play it, boom, Bob's your uncle. And we're going to be putting this recording up from today just below it right here. And that'll be available on Wednesday. So just keep an eye out for that and check back there, and we should be peachy keen.
That will also have my patches and racks from the presentation that I did at the beginning of the session today.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for those, Andrew. That's great. I just wanted to as well touch on some of the exciting stuff we have coming up next week. So next week we have 3 separate presentations from guest presenters. So we have Nick Middleton, who is half of the Funk Hunters. And for anybody who doesn't know who the Funk Hunters are, check them out using that link right there. They are, if you take all of the electronic music producers and artists within Canada on the West Coast, these guys are some of the most successful. They've toured all over the world, and they currently are touring with a full live band. So they DJ using Tractor, and then they have like a sax player, a trumpet player, a guitar player, singers, rappers, and it's a beautiful, huge show. And they're killing it right now. And so I've been able to convince Nick from the Funk Hunters to come and join us to talk about artist development, building a career, getting gigs, finding management. And this is something that they've been extremely successful at. Nick is only in his mid-20s. And he's been touring the world and kind of living the rock star lifestyle. So I really wanted to bring him out to speak to you guys. So that's presentation number 1. Presentation number 2, we're calling it Next Level Sound Design. And you guys really got to check out this guy who's presenting. His name's Rael Cardinal. He also goes by Coma Duster. And he's one of my personal sound design teachers. He's somebody I do lessons with myself on a weekly basis. And he's just a stone cold ninja. To give you an idea of his chops, many of you will be aware of the company BioWare. They're a video game company that's a subsidiary of EA Games, and he's been a sound designer for BioWare. He's built sample packs for a lot of the companies that you've seen out there in the industry. He's done ghostwriting for a lot of big producers, and his stuff, like he could do sound design on the level of like a Transformers movie. It's just ridiculous. So go to his SoundCloud. Right there, check out his stuff, and he's going to be taking you guys inside of his world and how he writes and makes this stuff, and he uses some of the craziest techniques that I've ever seen in my life. So if you really want to dig your teeth into some next level sound design, come and join us here. And then we have to wrap off the 3 weeks of the symposium, we have a very special guest. Many of you will be familiar with this gentleman, Steve Duda. Steve Duda is half of BSOD, who produces with Deadmau5, and he also is the owner and founder of X4 Records. X4 Records is a plugin company that makes the brand new Serum synth that has been just taking the world by storm lately. And he has developed single-handedly a synthesizer that is just sweeping the world right now. And if you guys have been keeping up on my personal YouTube channel and on my email list, you will have seen me publish a couple of tutorials lately about Serum. If you haven't seen those, go to youtube.com/DJ Vespers and check out the most recent postings and take a listen to Serum. It puts Massive on its knees. It's just a deadly synth. And Steve, as the founder, is going to be joining us to talk about some pro tips with it, some of his vision for the future direction, what he's going to be doing with Serum, and just some hidden features and tips that you may not be aware of. And in other news, we also have a discount on the Serum synth. So if you want to buy that, we have a 30% discount in that student discounts area from Steve Duda himself. So we have an educational discount available for students of Warp Academy. So that's what we got going away. One last thing I'll say, Andrew, and then I'll let you do the giveaways is, it's been really, really awesome to see the Warp Academy trainers and all of our guest presenters come together to hold this event. This is something we want to keep doing. We want to run the symposium a couple of times a year. It's a massive undertaking, as I'm sure you guys are aware, and we do it all for free. And the reason why we're doing this is because we believe firmly in giving back. There's students out there who can't afford to take our courses, and we want there to be content for you. And the other thing that we're looking at doing is we're looking to grow our community. We want to be in touch with more music producers. We're not a big corporation. We're not millionaires. We're a small company. We do it for the love, and we don't have a huge marketing budget. And we do these events for free to help spread the word about what we do and hopefully attract some new students into some of the awesome courses that we have coming up. So we would like to ask for your help in helping us to get the word out there. Each one of you knows other music producers that use Ableton Live or use other DAWs where they'd like this content. And we'd love it if you would share Warp Academy and what we're doing with the symposium with them, and invite them to join us for our final session next week. Share on Twitter, Facebook, wherever works for you guys. And each new student that comes into contact with us helps us to grow a more vibrant community and to expand our horizons. And it's really rewarding for us all when we get to all sit together like this and talk about music production. So help us to share the love, and we'll keep doing this for you guys. We'll keep generating high quality free content.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that, Vespers. We have I've gone through and randomized some numbers, counted people down, and I have 2 winners. The first one, the winner of a month of producer membership, is Liam Kelly.
Sweet.
So, Liam, I don't know if you have a mic. If you want to put your hand up, you can feel free to. All right. Let me just unmute you. Liam.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Doing great.
Excellent. So, congrats. You will be getting a month of free membership for the producer membership at Warp Academy. I don't know if you are a producer member yet. If you are, you can feel free to gift this to somebody. But if not, congratulations, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice.
So yeah, just fire in to support at Warp Academy, and they'll get you set up.
Sounds good.
And walk you through the whole process. But yeah, awesome. Congrats on that, and really hope that you dig the content, man.
I definitely do. It's been a big help. Appreciate you guys doing this for us.
Excellent. Thanks, man. All right. Sweet. So I also have a winner of a free course, and that is Byron Amerson. So Byron, I don't know if you have a mic connected or not, but there we go. Your hand is up. Byron, can you hear me okay?
I'm showing him as
All
not
right.
connected to audio there, Andrew. There's a little gray.
Yeah.
Maybe you've muted yourself, Byron, or maybe you don't have audio connected.
How's that?
There we go.
There we go.
I had muted myself.
Very
Wow.
polite of you. Well,
This is
congrats,
exciting.
man.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad you're excited. So yeah, feel free to pick a course, any course, and we will set you up.
Most definitely.
Congrats
Thank you
on
guys
that.
for doing this. Your website is outstanding, and I just really enjoyed working through the material.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear it. So, sweet. Yeah, same goes. Feel free to message into support and just chat with them there. Let them know what course you're interested in. They will set you up.
Okay, will do.
Excellent, man. Congrats on that.
Thanks again.
Oh, you are very welcome. So, folks, this is the kind of the roundup of week 2 of Symposium. Thank you very much for joining us. I'd like to echo everything that Vespers said. We really like doing this, and love it when you guys spread the word. So feel free to go out and tell your friends, in particular ones who are interested in making music, because they'll probably have a lot more excitement about this than ones who hate music. But yeah, so we're going to be following this up next week with all of the stuff that Vespers mentioned, some really great guest presenters, along with another round of prizes. And we're looking forward to seeing you guys again in 7 days. Vespers, any final words?
No, it was that was a kick-ass session. Thanks so much for hosting everything, Andrew. Huge thanks to Andrew for doing those first 2 sessions, and big ups to Ian and Isaac for dropping the knowledge on the DJ course. And yeah, we'll be back here same time, same place next week. Hope you guys have a killer week, and keep an eye out for that video to be posted on Wednesday.
Excellent. Okay. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.
Take care, everybody.